a sine function. So between minus pi and positive pi, it just computes it doesn't look great, but like what I want to do is, what I need to do is go and design one, like hand code it, so that I'll get something that approximates a sine. And then I can compare that to what evolves and show that what evolves is a mess compared to what you would get from a human designer. But the design argument, it's interesting. There was who was it? Pelagia did a recent video where I think it was Pelagia. There was this professor from Oxford who was talking to some apologists, and they were talking about, would you trust your personal computer, if you knew that it was, they were talking about if the brain is a result of evolution, and they act like it's all random, and it isn't, right? Why do you trust your own brain, right? And he said, would you trust your personal computer if you knew it was the product of evolution? I'm like, but it is. It's about 100 years of electronics technology and thousands of years of math and other kinds of manual and otherwise computing concepts that have came before it. All of computer science is just like completely arbitrary and made up. Every computer language is like somebody sat down and thought, well, wouldn't this syntax be kind of cool?
Yeah.
There's nothing in computer science except maybe some of the basic math that isn't just completely made up. And then you've got operating systems and the mouse and the pointer and stuff. There's no laws of physics that say we need menus to be there and windows to be this shape. It's just all completely made up, and it's totally a product of human cultural evolution in the domain of industry.
Yeah, formal languages, right?
Even formal languages are still kind of human language is the product of evolution. And all of these things, you can describe a lot of these things in a rigorous mathematical sense, or using a rigorous mathematical formulation, but they're descriptive. There's nothing, and there are always exceptions, especially in human language, right? There are always exceptions to every rule. So I'm sure you're familiar with Gödel's incompleteness theorem, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
both of them.
this kind of thing applies to computer languages too.
Two, right? There's Gödel's incompleteness theorem 1, Gödel's incompleteness theorem 2.
Sorry, say again?
There's two Gödel's incompleteness theorems. There's two of them, right? There's the first one, which says that there's certain statements that are unresolvable, and the second one that says that any formal logical system can't be shown to be internally inconsistent without reference to an external logic or something like that.
Okay, so it's been a while since I read Gödel Escherbach, but yeah, it's the one what I'm thinking of is probably fits the second one better. That is something along the lines of that a mathematical system can't be both complete and internally consistent at the same time.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Gödel Escherbach, like the 800-page just manuscript, ridiculous.
Oh, I love that book. And I wouldn't have time to read it again, but I read it a long time ago. But the same thing applies to computer languages, and so if you look at like the evolution of C++, you'll see that people are always saying, well, what about this corner case? And then they add something to the language, but then they propose adding something to the language, and then there's arguments around and around and around about well, that's going to create that'll fix that problem, but it'll create an inconsistency over there in terms of some other construct, and so it's interesting to watch something evolve where we think, well, there's intelligent designers involved in that design process, and that's true. We are applying reasoning to figure out whether things are going to fit or not. But where do those ideas come from in the first place? They're like random stuff coming from all sorts of different people, from all kinds of different directions. And so, how do human languages evolve? Well, people are born and they learn their language slightly different from their parents, and that sort of enters the culture as somebody's idiolect, which some of those quirks of the way they learn the language may enter the vernacular, over time and things like that. And so all of these things are random mutation and some kind of selection force, right? And the same thing happens with languages, with computer languages. There are constraints on them that don't exist on human languages, but you still have like these universes of ideas with everybody fighting over, I like my idea better than yours. And then eventually, based on, consistency and other kinds of selection pressure, something gets adopted. And then you see that there's this evolutionary progress that resembles biological evolution in a qualitative way. I can't remember why I went on that.
Yeah.
What was my point? I think you asked a question.
Yeah, so you said you were in AI research before you got your PhD. What do you?
Oh yeah.
What is it? But you said you couldn't get a PhD in AI, so you went to a different route. Yeah,
What
was your PhD? Because you said
it's just I think that I did fine in the class. I get A's and high, like a perfect score in one of the AI classes. But when it came to being creative in terms of inventing new knowledge or techniques or whatever, basically in order to if you're a PhD student, you are now a scientific researcher. You're subject to peer review. That's how you graduate. Your dissertation, you never put anything into your dissertation that you didn't publish somewhere else, which means that everything that goes into your dissertation, which is what gets you graduated, is peer-reviewed research. And so you have to be inventing new stuff. And I just, nothing that I came up with was making it through peer review. It's like I was isolated. I didn't really know. I mean, I understood all the stuff you'd learn in a class, but there was nothing. I didn't have enough knowledge to be able to do anything cutting edge that would get something new published. So, and my advisor, he was, he retired partway through, and he kind of stuck around, but it just wasn't enough. I needed somebody who was more involved, somebody that actually could guide me. And so staying within the same department, and utilizing knowledge that I had previously from industry, I switched to computer architecture. So basically I'm an expert on how CPUs work, for example. And so this, I was lucky enough to find a new junior professor. They always come in with startup money, so I was able to get funding. And he doesn't have tenure yet, so he's hungry for publishing, so he can get tenure. And we worked really well together. And because he didn't really have to teach me much. I'd already spent a lot of time reading about computer architecture for many years before I entered grad school, and I had done digital circuit design. So that was really helpful there. I could also, it was one of these things. It's interesting. When you get to higher education, PhD level, you're not smarter than anybody around you. Okay, so how there are people who are like, I'm smarter than everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think I'm pretty smart, but I'm also surrounded by absolutely brilliant people, right? And so but there was one advantage that I had. I mean, the only advantage. I mean, actually, was not more creative, certainly not than the professors, and certainly not than more creative or smarter than my classmates. But having industry experience, 9 years of industry experience prior to that, I had the advantage is I could code 5 times faster than anybody else around me. And that gave me the ability to try out and actually implement and try out more and filter out more bad ideas faster. And that was an asset.
So what is your position on AI? Do you think AI is going to be good for the world or going to paperclip us all?
So it's a tool. Like any other thing in math or science or engineering or whatever, it's AI is basically a complicated kind of discrete math. Okay, and we're using the heck out various kinds of machine learning algorithms already, like Google, Siri, and the Google Translate, and all kinds of things. They're all based. And there's a lot of them where you just have enough data. You can train a model that fits that data and is able to make predictions. And so that is going to grow and grow. Right now, a lot of things, like it's kind of bugs me how speech recognition has gone. It used to be that people were trying to develop speech recognition algorithms that you could actually understand, but now they're all using they're using deep learning with neural nets, which is a total black box. You have no idea how it's doing what it does at all, and it's not even possible to figure it out. But it works really well, except there are failure modes, but for practical terms, it works really well. And so that's just going to grow, right? But are we going to have something like AI overlords taking over? Well, first thing we have to do is figure out how to make something that thinks, that is like conscious and self-aware or whatever. How do you program a computer to do that? We have no idea. So the technology can get to a point where computers are can do certain things faster than the human brain, but we don't know how to program them. And we're in control of the algorithms that we implement, and we're able to test. There was this thing. I think it was some Google bot that ended up saying a bunch of racist stuff because it learned how to communicate based on stuff it saw online. It just picked up a bunch of stuff and they had to go back and fix it.
Yeah, people were talking to it online and started to use racist comments on and just taught it how to Hitler did nothing wrong and that kind of stuff. Yeah,
and they had to take it down. I don't know what they did after since then, but that's the thing is they were able to take it down, right? At what point are computers going to be able to do anything at all that we can't control? I mean, maybe like if you could imagine like a virus that infests computers and spreads into everybody's PC and can't be shut down because
it's in the cloud, it's spread out.
Yeah, exactly. But we've got an immune system in place. I mean, antivirus software isn't exactly perfect, but but there are humans who are intentionally trying to design these things. And yes, until you get something that is able to evolve itself beyond what we can comprehend, then we have control. And the question is, when are we even going to develop something that is able to evolve itself in such a way that it's able to escape a control environment? I mean, we can, if you're really worried about it, you can do these things in virtual machines that are completely isolated. It's not that hard. So I just don't see it getting away from us.
Well, the idea is that if it gets so smart that it can self-replicate and like we put it into a Faraday cage or something and isolate it, then maybe it'll like hijack a small percent of it on a phone and then it'll upload some kind of a code to be able to communicate outside of itself, because there's certain kinds of like airlock systems or where you can communicate with certain kinds of electrical signals where computers learn how to do that accidentally. And so it could potentially get out if it was smart enough to do that. And if it can learn that fast and try to maximize whatever utility function it has, it may end up doing it in such a way that is bad for humans.
Well, so one of the things that needs is access to the physical world, which is a huge barrier. I mean, what's it going to do? Take over like robots that manufacture cars and somehow rip them off their bolts?
Well, yeah, just start to take over the car manufacturing, then just build many like little Terminator robots that just go out and eat people.
Yeah, there's this huge barrier between the cloud and the digital world, and actually being able to physically affect the real world in such a way that it could like build its own computers, that it could, and its own robots and things like that. That's something that is such a huge barrier that we would be able to see it coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not going to be able to make cell phones sprout legs. I mean, you can make them. You could, like, what could you do with a cell phone? You could take over the transceiver and make it broadcast in the wrong bands and cause, electromagnetic interference.
Overload the lithium battery, cause it to start on fire.
Yeah. Sure. You could make the battery.
If I turn my cell phone off, is that involuntary imposition of will?
No.
Sorry, say again?
Sorry, never mind. Keep going.
No, it's okay. I've been dominating the conversation. Somebody else should have a turn. I have a tendency to do that.
Well, if the phone is conscious, then yes. If the phone is conscious, you can't turn it off because then that's immoral.
Well, I don't know. I mean, first we have to define consciousness, which actually I don't think is that hard. It's like, what are we? We're information processing systems, meet computer brains, right? That have a modicum of self-awareness. So we're kind of like, and it's interesting how we watch ourselves. Like, people don't know how they do things. Like, they literally don't. Like, I'm really good at debugging. I actually don't have no idea how I do it, but I don't. There are things that my brain does that just sort of seem to hand me answers because of experience that I would have a really hard time writing down in like a book on how to debug. And there are people who are really good at teaching. By the way, one of the things that I studied in grad school was cognitive science. So that's where I get this from. There are people who are particularly good at teaching. Again, they don't know how they do the things teaching. What they're really good at is making explicit mental models of what they observe themselves doing. And there's no guarantee that mental model actually reflects the reality of what they're doing. It's just an approximation, right? I mean, this is the thing that we get with any kind of scientific model, is that where we hope that it's probably approximately correct. It does, the better a model is, the more likely it is to reflect the underlying reality. But that's not guaranteed. And and the same thing happens with our self-awareness and our ability to model and predict our own behaviors, which is it's all it's not straightforward at all. So consciousness, I think, is just this sort of active feedback loop of us being aware of ourselves and what we're doing and certain slices of our own thoughts. Like, the only thoughts that we're directly aware of are actually the things that pass through our short-term memory and the prefrontal cortex.
Right.
Everything else, that's it. Everything else, we have no idea what's going on.
Right, that's kind of the problem with science, is that we create models to try and predict what we're doing, and they may or may not accurately reflect reality, and all we can do is, like, if they make testable predictions, then that's as close as we can get to know if they're actually right.
Exactly. And the same thing happens with people I think that we can actually, the same thing happens with people trying to figure out what they themselves do, and I think that this is an inherent part of, we're basically abduction inference machines. And we're just doing that. We're watching ourselves, and we're thinking about our own thoughts, and basically reach a level of metacognition and self-awareness, and then you have consciousness, which means that there is no hard dividing line. There isn't a point at which some ancestor of ours suddenly became conscious, because simpler mammals and reptiles and things like that have a degree of self-awareness, and just less than what we have.
Yeah, but there's a pretty common argument that AI could end up destroying us somehow, even if we don't understand what it's going to do, because right now we don't really understand how to give it goals or rationale, because when you try to translate the code we're writing it into like something like the computer could understand, we have no idea what it's going to think when we like write a code into it. It's kind of like just throwing random code into a box and hoping it throws something out that is useful. And
well, the only
go ahead.
The only case where that really applies is like neural nets, where the weights in the neural net are not something that we can figure out what they mean. But for the most part, and there's a degree of randomness in, like, you have human programmers developing code, writing code that they think they understand, but they're often wrong.
Right.
So you have bugs, right? and unintended features.
Well, it's exactly like what you're talking about, where we're trying to write a model of how we think things work, but we're not actually sure how they do work, and so they could have unexpected consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the fear with AI.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the fear with AI, is that we're going to write a code that we think does something, but it ends up doing something completely different.
Yeah, that's what would have to be the case. Yeah.
So, Tom, we might have to have the off switch with us at all times.
Well, that's one of the big.
If it acts out, I guess we might have to impose some involuntary positions of will.
Well, yeah, but that's the big concern, is that even with an off switch, the first thing it's going to learn how to do is how to evade the off switch to achieve its goals.
Yeah, well, maybe if it even knows about it, and we don't have anything that sophisticated, anything anywhere near that sophisticated. That is a long way off, and somebody would have to intentionally design that in. You're not going to accidentally get self-awareness or consciousness or anything like that.
Well, I think that's
going to happen by accident.
I think that's how it's going to have to happen. Is that it's going to happen
It'll get
by
away
accident.
from us by accident, but the underpinnings, the underlying functionality that would have to be part of an intentional, research project, which is happening. So that is happening all over the place. It's AI is active research, and people really want to do some amazing things with it. So those underpinnings will happen. Okay, and so then we just have to figure out how to, we can push off the AI apocalypse, better as we think about avoiding unintended consequences. And fortunately, there are people on that.
Yep. So my solution to the AI problem was if we made it like just run for 5 minutes and then stop, and that was kind of like its main goal, and then we could just give it more feedback to try and get it to run in a different programming direction every 5 minutes, and keep giving it more feedback, and that seems to be my solution.
Well, yeah. Hang on, I'm switching devices.
So who else is in the room right now?
I'm here. I'm keeping myself muted, though.
If anyone's got like a PS4 or something, we can play co-op. I've got lots of games that I'm playing right now.
So maybe what you should do, Tom, is get together a panel of people who are interested in AI, robotics, things like that, and just have this sort of, like a big open discussion, kind of like an after show, but not after.
Yeah. Well, I actually have that. I have philosophy groups that meet up around Minneapolis where I live, and we have conversations like that all the time. I've been thinking about asking them to come on like Discord or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Are they a bunch of old people?
No, they're not. They're a bunch of my age.
You're lying.
Nope. You can actually find the meetup groups on Facebook and see like all of the people in them. It's like the Twins. What is it? The Think and Drink and Twin Cities Philosophy.
I would be the oldest one.
No, you wouldn't be the oldest one. There are a few people who are a lot older, but mostly it's my age, or a little bit younger actually, like in the late 20s.
Okay. Yeah. Oh wait. So how old are you?
31. 31. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just cut out. You're 31. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm not twice your age.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'm 46.
So you were twice my age when I was 15-ish?
Sure, something like that. I can't do math.
What? A computer scientist who can't do math?
Yeah, because I rely on computers to do it all for me.
I tried that excuse in high school. It didn't work. Like, I'm just going to be able to put this in a computer. Like, nope. You got to do it by hand.
It does kind of help to understand what you're doing, or being able to figure out what you want to do. I wrote a game engine, and implementing Newton's laws of physics into it was a very very interesting time for me.
Oh, you wrote a game engine?
It's a work in progress.
I've
I'm
actually been
probably one of those thousands of people that started it.
yeah. I've actually been working on. I started one a long time ago, like in high school, because I wanted to do a video game that had 2 computer mice, and you'd like have one computer mice that would control the camera, like in the Skyrim RPG, and the other one would control the sword, and you could like use it in 9 different directions. Like there's a few games that do something close with one mouse, but
Kind of lost you there.
what like so I want to make a computer game with 2 computer mouse. So you have one with your right hand, one with your left hand. And one of them controls like the way your character is looking, and the other one controls the sword hand of your character. So you can do actual sword fights, directional based sword fights where you like drag.
Now I've tried that.
Yeah.
The biggest problem is when you plug in 2 mice, they fight over one cursor, and it's really really low down in the operating system, at least in my experience. You probably have to have a modified version of Linux or something like that.
Oh no,
Yeah.
there's several different
Linux
ways to
lets
do
you
it. So I did it in Visual C++. There's a way to do it.
I haven't tried it in like 10 or 15 years, so my information's old.
But yeah, most operating systems can do it now. You just have to have a way to isolate the. I forget what it was, but I did it in a few different ways. But I'm not good at programming enough to make like an entire system, entire game program to do it. But I did make a model, like a little Visual C++ testing ground for it.
That's a lie.
wasn't-
You just don't have the time to put into it.
Yeah, that's right.
It wasn't too long ago that I actually had to work on multiple mouse and multiple cursor support in X11.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had to implement that for air traffic control systems.
I know they've also done it for like schooling in Africa. They have a system where you have like one mouse pad with like 12 different mice for one computer because they only have like one computer for the whole classroom.
Wow.
So it's definitely possible. It can definitely be done. And I would love to do that one day, is build a computer game with 2 computer mice. Because one of my favorite Star Wars games was one where you could actually control the lightsaber and actually fight it. It was Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, I think.
Cool.
And that would definitely make Skyrim's combat a lot better, because Skyrim's combat is terrible. So what are you guys up to?
Making web pages
For what?
for a client.
Or Dwemer Sentinel's conscious.
Or what?
What?
Like the golden robots that live underground built by the dwarf.
Oh, probably. They're probably conscious in Skyrim. Yeah. They attack you like they're conscious.
Like, do you think the spiderish ones are conscious? Man, I forgot what they were called.
I don't know. Maybe they have like a hive consciousness where there's like a machine controlling them somewhere.
So, who would you rather, Stormcloaks or Imperial?
Stormcloaks are awesome.
You said Imperials, right? Sorry.
No, Stormcloaks are awesome. I like the Stormcloaks.
Oh, okay. Ah, man, what a relief! Great.
I'm not a big fan of VR. VR is not my favorite. I like.
Played around with.
Yeah, you played around with it.
I played around with one of these Oculus things.
Yeah.
Thought it was pretty good. I was terrible at Beat Saber, but I was okay at the Fruit Ninja.
Fruit Ninja.
Yeah, we went. Just a friend of mine has one, and spent some time playing with it at his house.
So are you guys on any part of like big theist debate discords?
Most of mine pertain to Minecraft, but but actually no, I've got a decent size. Well, let's see, how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, six of the discords I'm on are related to like debate and atheism and things like that. And then I've got several different discords are related to science, like Isaac Arthur and Scott Manley and stuff. 12 Tone. Oh.
You're the only place I hang out at.
Awesome.
Exclusively a fan of TJump. What's it like to be the guy who has fans like that?
I don't know. I think everybody has some exclusive followers, just like one person you follow. Because I do that sometimes. Like there's usually, for a while, I just follow one person, watch all their videos, and then stop watching and change somebody else.
Well, what's it like to be famous?
I'm not that famous yet. I want to be more famous. Nobody recognizes me at my college yet, so I'm not famous enough.
Oh.
Actually, I think I have had a few people recognize me.
Like there's a sort of community, like the Faithless Forum people. They would recognize you. You should go to the next
Until I
one.
start getting my Starbucks for free, I don't have the fame I desire yet.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm planning to go to the Faithless Forum next year whenever they do it. I've signed up for the newsletter thing because they sell out really quickly. So I'm going to try and buy one as soon as they go open. I'm also going to go to the big one in Arizona. See Doug. Got to go see Doug at the next big atheist conference. Jack Angstreich. If anybody knows him on Discord, send him an invite to this one. I can talk to him about his dualism argument. Some people in the chat are talking about him.
Dualism only makes sense if you can't explain human cognition on the basis of all the stuff that we know about from neuroscience. And we know a lot about the human brain from neuroscience.
Yeah.
We don't have, the only reason we can't explain certain things is we don't have imaging technology that can view an operating brain at the microscopic level. If we had that, then we'd be able to watch them, functioning, and we'd be able to explain. It's also fairly distributed. Like, how like the limbic system, we know a lot from lesion studies. So that if certain parts of the limbic system are damaged, then certain emotional capabilities are damaged, or like the left frontal cortex is damaged, you can't do language, or the parietal, or what is it, the occipital lobe is damaged. It'll affect your vision system, things like that. And we also know that like you could take a slice of if you could slice through the brain and image the neurons in the visual cortex, you'd actually get an isomorphism with what is being either seen by that person or imagined visually by that person, because the visual cortex is used for both visual imagination and vision. And we know so much about how it works that for somebody to come along and say, oh, but I want to add something metaphysical to it, it's like, but why? What does that explain that we can't already explain, or at least have a pretty good idea of how we're going to explain it?
Yeah, I think their argument is that you need to explain it that way some way, or something like it's got to be consciousness because we can't explain it for some reason.
Have either of you looked into some of the research that Elon Musk has been doing with putting electrodes into people's brains and reading brain patterns and stuff like that?
Nope. I did not realize he went into neuroscience recently.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, actually, my neuroscience knowledge is about 10 years out of date, too.
Because I know there's been...
they say he did this big push a few years back for it and put a bunch of money into it, and is still looking at it. And his goal is basically the transhumanism route, and he's trying to basically, in his view, he says that in the future there will be the artificial intelligence, and then there will be the humans, and he wants the humans not to be left behind. So he's doing all this big push to try and integrate and communicate with the brain. And I read an article a few weeks back that they can do some pretty interesting things. They can control they can control a cursor, and I mean that's not super new, but like they're actually kind of getting to the point where they can actually read parts of the brain and figure out what you're thinking.
Yeah, I've definitely seen the studies on the 7 seconds where they can predict what you're doing beforehand.
Yep.
But yeah, I think there's a big problem with the integration, because even if we do find a way to integrate computer systems with brain systems necessarily operate slower because the biochemical process in the brain doesn't go nearly at the speed of light like the silicone systems do. And so we probably will not be able to match the speed of the AI. Even if we do integrate, it will not give us that much opportunity.
Yeah, but the major goals for like phase 1, it would be to have the computer interface read what you're thinking. And so if you were thinking something that you didn't know, how do I bake a cake or whatever, the brain computer interface would pick that up and retrieve that information from the internet and attempt to basically make it so that you could have that information like it was your own thoughts.
It'd be like
that's kind of phase 1 they're trying to get to.
It's like, whoa, I could do kung fu now.
Yep.
Exactly.
But I mean, I think the reason Elon Musk is...
If you imagine a pink unicorn, where in the brain is that pink unicorn?
It's in the visual cortex.
It's in actually lots of parts of the brain, because the brain uses, like when you're imagining something, it activates every part of the brain that would be activated when you're actually experiencing the thing. So the visual cortex is usually the place where it's mostly active, because it's a part of, that's what you're imagining is it's the way it looks. But if you imagine like the way it like feels or something, then it'll activate your soma sensory cortex. And if you imagine the way it smells, it'll activate the olfactory sensation. So it just, the part of your brain that's active when you imagine something is whatever thing you're doing to imagine it, because it just activates the same areas that would be active when you're actually experiencing it.
TJump knows his neuroscience.
That was definitely one of my hobbies, was studying the brain.
It's trying to live longer. You guys enjoy. I have an engagement I have to bail off to.
All right. Talk to you later.
Cheers. See ya.
But if I were to dissect your brain, would I find a pink unicorn in there?
So you would be able to find a spatial isomorphism between neuron activation and the shape of the pink unicorn.
The shape of the pink unicorn?
Yeah, like you would be able to. It'd be kind of distorted, I'm sure, but the image that you're visualizing, okay, there are, I wouldn't necessarily. Well, the brain more or less has pixels, okay. Although by the time it gets to the visual cortex in the brain, there's been a massive amount of vision processing going on, like edge detection and all kinds of stuff that happens actually in the retina, and there's processing that goes on in the optic nerve. But in any case, you end up with a So if you're seeing like say a picture of a pink unicorn or a model of one, then you would be able to measure neural activation in the visual cortex, it is the shape roughly of that thing that you're seeing. And then if you close your eyes and you imagine that, you would be able to measure the same thing in the brain.
I think that was actually a reference to my conversation with Eric Hernandez, where he asked me, like, is there actually like a pink elephant in the brain if you like dissect it? Like an existing pink elephant that pops into existence in the brain. I think that was such a stupid question. I didn't even understand it.
Well, the answer is, yeah, kind of. In terms of which neurons are activated, you get something that shape.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Was asking too, but no, he meant like, is there actually a pink elephant that materializes in your brain? It like pops into existence from nothingness, like an existing pink elephant. Like, oh, it was such a dumb question. I was like, how I couldn't even understand it.
I could see a dualist thinking that maybe that there is some kind of metaphysical reference to a Platonic instance of this, pink unicorn or whatever. But I don't know. There's a lot of people who I've encountered people who are like, oh, the brain's a receiver. I'm like, okay, where in the brain is the receiver, and why? It's like if you damage these parts of the brain, those things that are part of how your mind works, they stop working.
But it's just the receiver that's still working. It's just you just can't receive it.
The receiver's broken. Yeah,
exactly. So silly.
All right. Okay, so dualism is off the table, because, presupposes entities beyond necessity. But what about
You have to. Okay, so what was? Okay, you know what? I'm not entirely sure. Should somebody explain idealism and dualism and what's the difference?
So materialism is the belief that there's only matter and motion, physical energy stuff, and then idealism is this idea that it's just mental stuff. There's no matter and energy, or just emergent property of mind stuff, whatever mind stuff is.
Okay.
And then dualism. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about Penrose's position, but dualism is the position that there's both. There's the physical stuff and the mental stuff, and they interact in some way. I wouldn't say dualism is off the table, because that philosophical issue is only an argument from ignorance. It could still exist. It doesn't end the idea of dualism.
The thing is,
I mean that it's like the more ridiculous out of the three.
Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there are things in the universe that follow the laws of physics as we know them, without exception, and so, that's what we would call materialism. There's just matter in motion doing things, particles interacting. And so if you're talking about like a planet orbiting a star, there's certainly no need to invoke anything, idealist or metaphysical or whatever. And does it even make sense to talk about that in terms of idealism? Like, what mind is involved in simulating these planetary orbits?
God's, of course. His mind instantiates everything.
Well, yeah, but how is that in any way distinguishable from just pure materialism?
Right. It just adds an extra feature. What about quantum mechanics?
I said quantum mechanics because, that's what they usually appeal to. Because, what was it? The
uncertainty?
No, I think it's
wave functions don't collapse. Oh my God, I'm so sick of it.
It's just
everything is a quantum system. When you have I'm just going to say this. Okay, when you have a detector, some kind of measuring device, detect a particle.
He's doing it.
What? With the echo?
No, they're rambling. Oh. Yeah, you talk too much. You got to learn when to.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Well, the argument is usually that there's a similarity between the equations used in describing quantum mechanics and consciousness, and therefore they're the same thing. which is dumb. It's like saying that there's a relationship between the mathematical similarities in describing bird flight patterns and water patterns, wave patterns, and then therefore saying that bird flight patterns are made of water. So it's not really a good argument. But yeah, the collapse of the wave function happens from any physical system that interacts with it. It doesn't need to be a conscious system that does it. So,
well, what I was saying is that all that really happens is that the particle whose wave function we are saying collapses, all that's happening is that it is becoming entangled with the measuring device. And so you end up with like two quantum systems becoming entangled with each other, making a new quantum system. And so is that wave function collapse? Maybe you could say that, but it isn't in any way a discontinuity between the quantum world and the microscopic world, because everything is made up of quantum particles. But it was like, what was it? Who was the physicist that pushed the Copenhagen interpretation?
Bohr, Niels Bohr.
Yeah, and he was like, no other physicists didn't agree with him, but he was really pushy about that being the model that should be adopted. So that's what people adopted. But it's
it was him and Einstein were debating whether it was the hidden variable model like what Einstein was proposing, or if it was just the quantum randomness that Bohr was proposing, like randomness as being fundamental to reality. And then there was an experiment done, the delayed quantum eraser, which showed it wasn't the hidden variable thing, or showed it good evidence that it wasn't the hidden variable one. And so then Einstein's was out, and the other big one was like the Copenhagen interpretation and Bohr's model. So that's why his won out, because of those kinds of experiments that showed it probably wasn't the hidden variable one.
Right.
Wasn't a proof, though. It could still be explained by the hidden variable. It just needs a modification to get the theory to work.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure how to resolve it. I still think that my understanding is that Bohr's interpretation of this was that the wave function collapse was like a real thing, not like an effect that we observe or that we interpret that way, but that there was actually a collapse of a wave function, which, as opposed to just two quantum systems becoming entangled.
Right, that was his interpretation. And since his interpretation made the better predictions, it's now the majority, because nothing else has made newer predictions or better predictions yet. They all just explain the same predictions.
I thought that things like the pilot wave, for instance, doesn't add anything new. It's just an alternate way of interpreting the data.
Yep.
But it doesn't. You can't distinguish whether pilot wave or many worlds or one of these other interpretations is better, because there isn't any test that we have that can distinguish between them.
Right. It was just
or am I wrong about that?
No, that's correct. They all explain the same predictions equally well, and none of them make any new predictions. But since the Copenhagen was first to be able to accurately make the predictions, it's currently the most supported, because in science it's whichever one comes first that can make the newest predictions, that's the best model. And in order to overthrow it, you need a new one that makes newer predictions. And since nothing's come along that can make better predictions, the Copenhagen interpretation is currently the leading accepted model in the field of physics. So yeah,
sorry, I forbid, but don't they all make equal predictions?
Yes, but they didn't make them first. Like, there was a competing hypothesis between Bohr's Copenhagen interpretation and Einstein's hidden variable interpretation. They made different predictions, and they didn't experiment the delayed quantum eraser, something like that, delayed something quantum eraser. and it showed that the hidden variable one that Einstein predicted was wrong, and that, or wasn't as likely to be right than Bohr's model, and so his won that prediction, and that was the last like novel prediction made in the field, and everything else is just explaining the same stuff, which is why Bohr's is currently the majority position, even though they all explain the exact same stuff. That one was first.
Something. Sorry, go ahead.
No, but like, I mean, I understand that, but I guess I meant like, you know, Copenhagen, many worlds, like Cubism, and you know, the other ones, except for maybe like Pilot Wave.
Yeah, they all make the same predictions, but since the Copenhagen came first, it's the one that's the majority position. It's like, even if you can come up with lots of different theories that all explain the same thing after the fact, the one that can do it before is the one that's the best. And so Copenhagen's did it before we knew it, and then so it's the best. And then everything else after it just explained the same thing but didn't add anything new. So that's why it's the majority position.
So one of the things that there's a couple of thoughts I have on the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment is like just a question that I would want to ask a physicist is why would we assume that the particles are actually traversing the space between where they're being emitted and where they're absorbed? Because if you make the assumption that you've got a particle or, you know, whatever wave packet traveling through space, and then you make this choice that alters, you know, whether or not it's being measured, and then but it's already left, it's already gone through the slits, and then you decide to measure it too late or something like that. It seems to like reach back in time, but there's an assumption being made that the waves are actually traversing that space. Now, it seems silly that they wouldn't be, but it's one of the assumptions that's being made that if you question that assumption, might make it easier to think about, you know, what's going on, where you end up with this quantum system that is sort of resolving to a consistent state, but the particles involved in that system that's resolving to a consistent state are actually spread out across time. Okay, I just...
Well, I mean, they take two entangled particles and they shoot them in different directions, so I'm not sure... Mm-hmm. So they would have to like go at a different speed, or which is unlikely. So we assume they have to have traveled the distance just because of the amount of time and the amount of speed that they're going. And since they don't really have anywhere else to go, they've probably traveled the distance. They just don't know where they've gone. So how would that work in your model? Your explanation?
Yeah, I don't know that I have an explanation. I just have questions that I would ask. The
retroactive.
Yeah, I mean, but instead of saying that you're reaching back in time, I'm thinking that we need to describe this as time. So, and this is one of the things that makes you think that time may be an illusion, right? Time is integral to relativity, but in quantum mechanics, time elapses when entropy increases, and like you can have a system that is in a reversible state. And so with the quantum eraser experiment, you have something like that, where you have a state that is able to become consistent across time because because nothing has occurred in the experiment that is irreversible until something does occur that is irreversible, at which point entropy occurs and time elapses, so that time is a function of entropy as opposed to the other way around. But that's not entirely consistent with some other things that we know from quantum physics, like how the weak force seems to operate differently depending on the direction of time. So yeah,
it's a mess. I don't know.
Have any good answers.
Leave it to the physicists. Whichever one makes the new novel test of predictions, that's the one I'm going to go with. I personally like the de Broglie-Bohm pilot wave theory, but it's not the most supported. Most people don't accept it. It's like it's a minority position.
There was a Google engineer who did a talk that made a convincing case for the information theoretic model. I don't know if you ever saw that talk.
I've seen a bunch of them on information theory used in different contexts. So it's one of the ones that used an apologist try to use information theory as a grounds for like there being an intelligence, which is ridiculous.
Okay, so yeah, but that's just when they equivocate over what information means.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, there's information in DNA because it's like a computer code. And I'm like, no, it's not like a computer code.
Well, it's like Giulio Tononi. Giulio Tononi makes an argument for integrated information theory. And he argues, I'm not sure if he's a theist or not, but he argues that information is somehow fundamental.
Well, so I could almost buy that, but that only in the sense that maybe like that physics, like how the universe represents where things are and what they're doing and what their states are, is the same thing as information, or like that and information are the same thing, and you can describe physics on the basis of information theory, which is kind of where I get this idea from, that you can explain logic on the basis of physics, as opposed to just being a purely descriptive thing about how our brains reason, but that there is a fundamental logic to the way the universe works, that information theory can be derived from quantum mechanics and logic can be derived from information theory. But I mean, I don't think that there's like an necessarily underlying information theory per se, but that physics behaves in a way that's consistent with information theory, but probably mostly because information theory arose from the universe with those laws of physics. If you were in a different universe with different laws of physics, then the information theory would be a different information theory that conformed to those laws of physics. So just
so what do you mean? What do you guys mean by information?
Things like particle spin, energy states,
So it's like another word for.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, people use information in vague ways that correspond to all kinds of different things. So,
well, I think information in physics is just the things that's required to describe the system. That's it.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those words that it's used in a couple of different ways. Depending on the context, like it's used in one way when it comes to computer science, and another when it comes to molecular biology, genetics, and another one when it comes to...
The usage in physics and the usage in biology are very different. The usage in physics information is usually just something having to do with entropy, whereas the usage in biology is something to do with novel patterns of entropy.
Like, okay, what codon codes for what protein, right? Like,
well, it's essentially there's a pattern. Like in biology, the kind of information used in the Shannon information theory says like crystals don't have any information because the pattern is consistently the same, and to have new information has to be a difference. It has to be like a random change of some kind for it to have any new information, essentially.
Well, if it's completely random, then there's no information. So information is somewhere between total order and total random.
Yeah, it's a measure of change in biology. But in physics, it's just entropy, just any measure of the entropy. So like if a crystal falls into a black hole from, what's it called? The holographic principle, the information from the crystal is not lost. It's still on the surface of the black hole. So information in that sense in physics is just entropy, any measure of a system. Whereas in biology, it's a change in patterns of entropy or something like that.
Yeah, and in discrete math and AI, we talk about things like information gain. Like if you're making a decision tree and you have some way of taking a set of entities or measurements or whatever and dividing them into two sets, what does that do to the sum of the entropies? So you have the entropy of the original set, and then you've got the sum of the entropies of the subsets. And if there's a change in the entropy because you've created a division, right? then that's the information gain.
Yeah, that's like the biological definition.
Well, it's also a lot like a physics definition.
Well, the physics definition
I
information doesn't require any change. Like, for example, the information in a crystal exists. Anything that falls into a black hole still contains information. So it's not the change in physics. It's just any amount of entropy at all.
Yeah, and I might look at like a system, a physical system that undergoes a change in entropy as undergoing a change in its information content, maybe.
Well, that's the thing. In physics, there's no change. It's just the same information from the crystal is stored on the black hole, surface of the black hole.
Yeah. I mean, okay, like think of like you've got a molecule that is in a state of excitation, and it emits a photon to infinity. Okay. And so there's an energy loss that is irrecoverable. So it's undergone an irreversible process. Then I don't know if necessarily the amount of information in that system has changed, but the information in that system has changed.
Right, but that's the difference in physics.
Maybe.
Is that physics? It's not like that. It's not, the information doesn't change. Okay. It's saying that when, like, something falls into a black hole, the information that was contained in that object is maintained. Sure. It doesn't change.
Well, yeah,
it's still
I'm
there.
I'm not talking about black holes. Like I'm like the total amount of information in the universe remains a constant, but information within, in a non-isolated physical system, maybe it could change or something like that. I don't know.
All right, but that's the right. In physics, information doesn't change like that. It's just a constant. It's just anything that describes the system. So It's not about change in physics. It's just about entropy. It's about change in other systems, because if it's not useful to talk about the more general just entropy in biology. It's only useful to talk about change, and only useful to talk about change in like mathematics and programming. So they're different definitions of information. Physics is just entropy. Anything that is entropy is information.
Okay. Cool.
But how can the universe exist if there's no one observing?
Observers are a product of the universe, not the other way around.
So is that a serious question? Or
Well,
are you just making fun of people who ask that question?
I'm partly trolling, but at the same time, though, like I am interested in some of these like new quantum theology arguments. So
an observer is just a physical system that interacts with another physical system that causes entanglement between those quantum systems. That's what all an observation is. So if a rock collides with another rock, an observation occurs.
Okay, if I understand correctly, they have this idea that unless there is an observer observing something, that thing does not exist, right? So it's like, consciousness creates reality. So
yeah, that they don't understand what observers are. So
am I on the right track, TJump?
Yeah, that's
who's talked to.
Yeah, that's their argument.
And rock.
One of the interpretations of quantum
argument.
mechanics. One of the interpretations of quantum mechanics is that collapse can only occur when the conscious agent, interacts or looks at the thing, which means, like, when you're not looking at the moon, well, then it's not there. That's one of the strange consequences of that theory.
That's provably false, but hey.
But I have another question. Like, isn't that like a complete misrepresentation? Like, isn't it the case that quote, if there's not an observer, quote unquote, that it is there, but it's in multiple states, superposition? Or?
Well, no, it's actually grounded in an actual physical theory by von something or von Neumann something. So there is an actual theory in physics by actual physicists that promoted that interpretation. But it's a minority position. It's like 2% of actual physicists hold to that. But it is actually a physicist. It is an actual position in the academic literature.
Okay, but well, like the majority would be that, yeah, okay, stuff is still there when there isn't like an observation, whatever that term means in quantum mechanics, but it's there and there and there, right?
Yeah, the consensus is observation has nothing to do with consciousness at all. It's like what Theosib mentioned. An observation is just a physical system interacting. The collapse can occur when a sensor reads it instead of a person seeing it. So observation isn't just a conscious observation. It's any interaction between the physical system that causes the collapse is called an observation.
Anything that causes a quantum system, like the nature of a wave function describing quantum system, anything that results in one of those changing, that's an observation.
Okay, because yeah, okay, I'm trying. When I watch like inspiring philosophy videos, right? Okay.
Yeah, I love the guy, but his physics is all wrong.
Like, I guess I want to understand their positions more, because sometimes they'll make these arguments, make all these claims, and I'm like, well, I mean, I'm not sure if that's true or not, because it's not like I've been spending my time studying quantum physics.
Yeah, their theories are grounded in a few interpretations that actually exist. That they just don't do anything. They're not useful. They don't make predictions. The guy who actually started it, I'm pretty sure his name is von Neumann. I'm not sure. You can just
von
Google.
Neumann was a computer science person, but maybe he did some physics. I don't know.
Consciousness collapse. It's von Neumann-Wigner. The von Neumann-Wigner theory is what it was called, and von Neumann actually said that he was wrong to apply quantum mechanics to the macro scale, and that it doesn't apply in the way that it's being used. So it's definitely a real theory in physics, but it's not the consensus. And you can definitely interpret things that way, just like any of the 24 different interpretations, but it doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't do anything new.
Okay, so basically, like these people, like the quantum apologists, they're being selective, right? On the scientists they quote and the papers they cite, right?
Yep, they're just cherry picking the ones that support their position, which are not the consensus. Like the highest authority in science and philosophy is the consensus, and the consensus goes way against their position. So yeah, like inspiring philosophy doesn't have a degree or knowledge in any of these fields, but the guy who I had a conversation with, Johannes Ratz, he has a degree in physics and a degree in philosophy, so he actually knows about the fields.
Oh well, I mean, at least got the paper.
Yeah, so they're more supported than like creationists who have no academic research at all. So I mean, they're slightly better than creationists.
That's pretty bad. It's like being slightly better than Hitler.
Okay, so my main problem with these people is basically, like pretty much most theists today, they're positing a mind unlike any of the ones that we know from experience in science.
Yeah, that's one of the better arguments against idealism is that you're arguing for a mind that doesn't exist physically. That's like arguing for a dog that doesn't exist physically, or spaghetti that doesn't exist physically. Like, we have no examples of that. It makes no sense.
I mean, even our thoughts exist physically.
And they argue that, no, that's not the case. Like, what?
Well, I mean, I guess at that point, they're being irrational if they cannot produce an example of the contrary. So, I mean, yeah, that's not an objection to an inductive argument where, yeah, we don't have an example to the contrary.
Well, yeah, they try to give examples. They give arguments that they think indicates consciousness being non-physical, like saying that, like the one that Eric Hernandez used, where, well, if you imagine a pink elephant, there's no pink elephant in the mind, therefore it must be some other kind of a thing, like a non-physical thing.
But I mean, if he said that to me, I would be, I will pretend dualism is true. I will assume it for the sake of conversation. It's still the case that we don't have a mind without a physical body, even if the mind itself is like a separate substance, right? A spirit, whatever. Hey, you still don't have an example of a freaking spirit without a physical.
Well, that's what he's saying, is that if you imagine an elephant and there's not one in your physical brain, well, then that must be evidence of there being a non-physical brain that you have where this elephant resides, essentially.
Well, okay, so, let's say Eric Hernandez is a spirit and he imagines a pink elephant. The pink elephant is not in his brain, but does Eric Hernandez's spirit have a physical body or not?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe it was just a different physical thing. But they would still argue that it's impossible to have consciousness be a physical system. They have a bunch of arguments for that. Like, I know I talked with, what's his name? Johanan about that.
Like, okay, at least with the dualists, the problem with them, right, is that, they're trying to argue for a spirit from examples of spirits with physical bodies, when God doesn't have a physical body. So what's the point?
Well, yeah, that's their whole point, is that we don't have physical, or that our souls are independent of our physical bodies too, and that's evidence that we don't need physical bodies to have conscious thought. But
well, produce me the free-floating spirit out there that does not have a shell.
Yeah.
What's it composed of?
Spirit stuff.
Spirit stuff. Like spirit science. That guy's hilarious. Who, forget, who was it who, Mortimer 81, I think, or Mortimer 83. He debunks spirit science all the time. It's just hilarious.
No, that's actually a great question. Oh, sorry, my bad. What was that, Shadow?
Oh, I just jumped in. I wanted to ask something. One of the things you were saying is that you were looking for an example of an immaterial spirit, but then the problem becomes that there's not so much an example of a material connection of, like mental events and physical events. I mean, it's induced, but there's not exactly an example or a proof.
Right, so you'd have to not only show that there's a spirit, but you'd have to actually show there's some way to physically demonstrate that you can access the spiritual realm in the first place.
No, I'm saying that if what the standard is an example of, or therefore like a proof of, that there isn't a proof in either direction. Like they're both would be induced. Regardless of the direction you choose to go, whether you're going material or dualist or whatever, or an idealist, you're inducing it because there's no, direct proof.
Well, right, but if you claim that there is something beyond the material, you would have to demonstrate that. You hold the burden of proof. Whereas since
why wouldn't you have a burden of proof to prove there's material?
Because we can demonstrate it. We've already met the burden of proof.
How?
Because I can drop things. I'm like, this thing will drop and make a noise. That makes
but that could be
predictions.
entirely mind stuff, like Berkeley's idealism.
It could be, but the fact that the testable predictions were made by the materialistic a starting
it doesn't
assumption.
Matter if they underpinned it with materialism, it completely works with idealism.
Oh, it doesn't matter at all. Whichever one comes first and makes the testable predictions, that's the one that's the most supported. Since materialism made the predictions.
Ridiculous way to go about things.
Well,
no, it's just how science works. It's just whichever one.
No. You don't, just because somebody comes along, that would be like saying the person who made this theory was a theist, therefore theism's correct. That's just stupid.
No, their theory actually has to make predictions. So if I predict that, for example, Newtonian mechanics,
somebody can make predictions.
I'm going to mute you if you don't stop. I'm going to mute you if you don't let the other people talk. So if you make a theory that I'm going to predict like Newtonian mechanics that we'll see planet X move around whatever the sun at some rate, and I make the prediction and gets it right, and it's the first theory, well then that's accepted. Newtonian mechanics is the accepted theory until a new theory comes along and makes better predictions. So even though Einsteinian mechanics was right and Newtonian mechanics was not right, Newtonian mechanics was accepted because it was first. It was the first to make the predictions.
Tom, in these terms, like, would you say that making predictions about physics is an argument for materialism? Because, like,
It's not.
Yes,
That's
if
the
you
problem.
start with a materialistic worldview and say, I believe there are particles and particles obey these laws, and I'm going to use that to make a prediction, and the prediction comes right, and no one else made the prediction, then that's evidence of materialism. Yes.
No, it isn't.
This is
It
how we
doesn't require
validate.
materialism to be
Well,
true in order
This
to
is how we
predict
validate
it.
a scientific model. We have a model that's based on laws of physics that are matter in motion, and that model makes predictions that we can validate. And it doesn't mean that the model is necessarily true, but it means that it was reliable.
well,
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
in-
so you got to understand, in science, we hope that that scientific theories represent an underlying reality. We hope they're probably approximately correct, but there aren't any guarantees of that. What we can do is we can sort of make an inference that if a model is extremely consistent at making reliable predictions, then it's at least useful from an engineering perspective in order to like do useful work, right? But it also means that there's a decent chance that it actually is reflecting an underlying reality. And so if we're able to explain everything that we see in the physical universe, things that we see in the brain, whatever, we're able to explain these things on the basis of a model of physics that is mechanistic and it works, and those predictions come out true, then what else do you need?
Right. Okay. So let's say, for instance, like let's take like physical models that are evolving now today, like that Tom often talks about, the emergent like space-time theories and things. If, let's say, a pantheist or a theist, or no, excuse me, we were just saying idealist. Let's say an idealist holds their beliefs and holds beliefs that physics can be measured, even though it's a measure of the brain and reality and things. So if they came out with a new theory that basically was the most accurate physical theory, would that then be in support of idealism because they subscribe to idealism while making that physical theory?
If it's a part of the theory, if their theory says, if I believe idealism is true, and therefore it has these properties and I can make this future prediction that no one else can make, then yes, that's evidence of idealism. It's not just the fact that they subscribe to it, it's the fact that they use it to make predictions.
Yep. No, but if somebody came along with idealism and made the exact same sort of predictions, because they're also empiricists, then they would have the exact same capability as a materialist, because the entire underpinning doesn't actually change whether or not measurements occur.
Again, this is just basic science, is that whichever one makes the new future predictions, past predictions don't matter. Anybody can explain the past predictions in infinitely many ways. That's just the problem of underdetermination. No. I understand fully. You don't. That's the problem. Anyone who comes along and makes new predictions, I'm going to mute you if you don't stop. So if anyone comes along and makes new predictions with an idealistic worldview, says, I believe in idealism, here are the properties of idealism, here's a prediction I'm going to make that no one else can make, and that prediction comes true, that's evidence of idealism.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you can explain it. It doesn't matter if you can explain it materialistically.
Something you just said there was that no one else could make it.
Yes.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, it's like whenever first. It's like if you make it first. Like in the case of quantum mechanics.
Coming first is not the same
yes, it
thing
is.
as no one else could make.
No. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Let me try to address this. If it's a superior model, because we can show that it is able to make more accurate predictions than the purely materialistic one, then it demonstrates itself to be a superior. So if it doesn't make any additional predictions, if it makes exactly the same predictions as a materialistic one, then all you've done is take materialism and add on an extra thing, and that just makes the model more complicated without adding any value to it.
Materialism is also an extra thing. That's the problem.
No, you're not getting it. This is basic Karl Popper. If you have to make a future prediction about the future. Now, the past stuff doesn't matter. Everyone can always explain the past and present data equally with every theory, no matter what. That's just the problem of underdetermination. Whichever theory can make a future prediction and claim, well, this is something I believe, and it's going to predict something in the future that we don't know yet, and you get it right. It doesn't matter that anyone else can explain it with all the other worldviews. Everyone can do that. The fact that you came first and you could do it before anybody else means your theory is more supported than all of the others because you did it first.
I honestly think that's a nonsense way of going about it, because
That's just how science works.
Idealists and materialists, both dedicated to empiricism, both making predictions, and then you're going back and forth on whether idealism or materialism is true, because they continuously in succession make predictions.
Well,
What kind of system is that?
Well, so far,
another
idealism
nuance.
has never been useful for anything. But yes, that's how science works. Like you have a scientific theory of Newtonian mechanics, which was switched to general relativity, which was switched to quantum mechanics. Yes,
Because they're actually competing theories.
They can
But
all.
Tom, by predictions, you mean like predicting future observations, right? Like, okay, like you have this model, and it predict if we make this observation in the future, it's going to be like this. If not, it's not going to be like that.
Right. So, but to address his point, like every of the different alternatives of quantum mechanics are all competing theories, but they all make the same predictions. You can still have competing theories that make the same predictions. It's not mutually exclusive like that. So in quantum mechanics, we're gonna
They don't make the same prediction.
no, they all make the same
Tom,
predictions.
One of your points to measure here has been like that the predictions have to be specific so that like it can't account for like multiple hypotheses. Basically, it has to be specific. So my problem is in understanding.
No, it's like they have to be specific. They can't be vague. Like you can't just interpret them in infinitely many ways. Like if I said there's going to be Bob is in some direction X, there could be infinitely many places he could be. Or if I said something so vague like there is some object X in that direction, like that's not specific. You have to say Bob is exactly this distance. But no, it can always be interpreted by infinitely many theories. The problem of underdetermination says no matter what kind of prediction you make, it can always be interpreted by infinitely many theories. So that's not a part of it.
To get to the point of that, I think that idealists and materialists both have a kind of an understanding of physical constants in the universe. So in that sense, they are making predictions based on the same model. So in that, I don't really, you would have to argue the conversation of idealism and naturalism or materialism is very specifically of how can we know that we aren't minds experiencing these things. And I don't know if physical testable predictions in the realm of science really argues for whether or not our experiences are just experiences or physical. Do you get what I mean?
Well, it's the same thing. If you take general relativity and say, well, maybe it's all particles in motion, or maybe it's all waves and they're not actually particles. Both can explain what we're experiencing in general relativity, but we think no, it's actually particles because that was part of the theory. That's what just Einstein used as a part of the theory. And it may not be the case. You can definitely explain it in different ways, but it doesn't matter because the way he used it was with particles, and so that's the more supported model.
Right, and in that sense, since we found so much about neuroscience and stuff, I guess you could say that there is more evidence towards materialism opposed to where we've never been able to make a prediction about we've never been able to make a prediction about the physicalist experience.
When you talk about neuroscience and stuff, the idealists can turn around and be like, well, that's also mind stuff. So, of course, that mind stuff has connection to the other mind stuff.
Right.
But what's mind stuff made of? What are its properties? How does it work? And how can we use it to make any kind of predictions that a materialistic, mechanistic approach doesn't?
Same sort of empirical.
How does it make those predictions? Where's the math underpinning idealism that makes a model?
That's why I'm saying it's problematic.
The same math.
Yeah.
So how do you tell the difference?
You don't. That's the whole point of the conversation.
But the math came from making observations
That's empiricism.
Yeah, well,
there can both be empirical. I gotta go. Leave it back.
Okay.
So the point he's making is that everything. The point he's making is that everything can be explained as under an idealistic model, which is true, So since we can't differentiate at all, there's none of them, since they both make the exact same predictions either way, why would we prefer materialism over idealism? And the answer is because materialism worked first. That's it. That is
Well,
literally the
honestly,
answer.
There's another nuance. There's another nuance to this, which is if you develop a new model that is parsimonious, but is able to explain all the same things and model all the same things, if it makes the same testable future predictions as the more complicated model, you would probably prefer the parsimonious version.
Well, actually, no. That part it becomes kind of up to your choice what you want it to, but I'd still think that the one that came first is going to be the better one. It's going to be the more preferred.
I don't know. That's not the way it works in like math, like in peer review publications in math. Somebody will prove something, and now we know that the Fermat's last theorem is true, and a proof was published on that. Then some other people came along and they developed a smaller proof for the same thing. I mean, so we already knew that it was true. But they were able to publish a shorter proof for that because people were like, "Ooh, this is awesome! We have a shorter proof." So if you have a simpler set of equations that describes physics, right?
No, but that's
then
only
the ones that we have, and they describe it just as well. That it's going to be, computationally simpler. It is likely being more constrained. That if it makes
Well, that only
Oh,
applies in
sorry.
mathematics.
No, it's fine.
That only applies in mathematics because mathematics is just a language. When you try to apply it to reality and say there is a particle, the fact that you can describe it simpler with a different kind of mathematics is irrelevant. It's more about since you're saying there's a physical thing that exists there, you actually need to make predictions. Even if you make a simpler model, if you don't make any new predictions, then it's not going to be supported. And in math, you can, because it's just a language, you're not actually saying anything exists. It doesn't have that same requirement.
So I think it's easier to falsify materialism than it is to falsify idealism. I mean, it seems idealism is pretty consistent with a wider set of experiences and observations than materialism. Like, for example, if I had, okay, so if I experienced myself like not having a physical body that kind of follows me around, whatever. I mean, yeah, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to take that as strong evidence against materialism?
If you experience yourself in what way?
Like, if materialism is true, like the mental world is contingent upon the physical, right? Yeah, I mean, if I experience myself not having a physical body like the one I do, I would not be a materialist.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That if we were floating around kind of ethereally, just as essence of consciousness and didn't have physical forms, then we would probably be idealists and not materialists. And the fact that we have physical bodies that we interact with makes us more likely to be materialists because we have physical bodies and we don't have that ethereal idealistic form. So yeah, that makes sense.
I think another one is like, okay, if altering your brain didn't alter your mind, then yes, that would also be evidence against materialism.
Right. So I would say that it would be like
Yeah,
evidence of idealism would be the opposite. Like if I could think about things in a different way and that would cause my physical form to change, then I think that might be more evidence of idealism. So like if I could think my arm longer and it would just get longer, then that might be evidence that idealism is true because our consciousness has influence over the physical world rather than the other way around.
right. That reminds me of this conversation that I had with a mystic one time that was trying to explain that he was trying to explain that dualism was true because of psychoactive city tape. Like he was one of those mystics that hallucinated and thought that his experiences became more otherworldly. And I kept on reminding him like what he was actually saying. He was saying that he's taking a physical substance in order to physically alter the physical contents of his brain, and saying somehow that argues against materialism.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fantastic point because, like, okay, if your mind is not something separate from your body, your brain, and you take these drugs that alter your brain, I mean, yeah, of course it would alter.
Yeah, if you're arguing that a physical substance alters your consciousness physically, then you cannot be arguing for dualism or idealism. Yeah.
Right. It seems that the physical world has influences over our mental world, but not the other way around. Our mental world does not seem to have many influences over the physical world.
Right. And what was that? It might have been Carl Sagan or something. The dragon that like doesn't breathe hot fire and that's invisible and floating above the ground and different things.
In his garage,
You
yeah.
can basically, yeah, you can basically do that with idealism and dualism. You can do that. I mean, no matter the arguments against it, it can always be like pushed back in that way. But yeah, yeah. I mean, it's basically a pointless conversation, in my opinion, because you can make those theories unfalsifiable, but like you said, like materialism obviously makes more actual like predictions than any other view.
You know, I think another one is like, okay, where there is mind, or sorry, where we find, okay, wherever we see like evidence of a mind, we see, you know, some kind of physical body, but not the other way around.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
It's like where you have mind, you have something physical, but it's not necessarily true.
Hmm. Yeah, that reminds me of have you guys or two questions. Did you guys know that Sam Harris's wife is also a neuroscientist?
I
No, I
think
didn't.
I heard that a long time ago, but she doesn't do many like talks or anything. So,
Yeah, I really enjoyed this book, just called Consciousness. So it's the hard problem of consciousness, and I thought it was just really interesting. The thought experiments that she would bring up, like and basically the reason, the reasons why we can't have a hard time like determining what consciousness is. Like do we determine consciousness, for instance, on a conscious thing's ability to demonstrate consciousness? You know, and then she gives like analogies of mostly physical, veget, like physically incapable people,
people in a
that are still
vegetative state.
conscious and stuff like that. Right. um, and so she basically summarizes, and I don't want to like spoil the book. But it's only like 2.5 hour read. She basically summarizes that materialism and some forms, not like wild forms, but some forms of panpsychism are the most scientifically viable candidates today for consciousness.
Yeah, my take on the hard problem of consciousness is that it's like trying to measure a ruler while using the ruler to measure it. You're always going to get the same result no matter what the distance is, and so there's no real way to the hard problem of consciousness is a measurement problem, not an ontology problem. It's like how do we
Right.
measure consciousness
Right.
without using consciousness to do it?
You use your consciousness to.
Easier said than done, though.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I agree. I agree. I was, you know, conceptually.
So, do you guys get much traffic in the server? Like, Tom, did you just recently make it?
Yeah, I made it like I don't know, a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and I've only been on it like 3 times, I think.
Cool, cool.
We're
Yeah.
very privileged here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd definitely like to
Yeah,
make it more popular. I'd like to get some more theists in here to come debate and have discussions and stuff.
Like honestly, Tom, when I started watching your content, I was like, "Who is this guy?" Because you know, I disagreed on a lot, but you're actually pretty cool.
Oh, thanks. Are you from Ask Yourself Discord?
Well, I mean, I have interacted with those people, but I'm not a part of that crap.
That's okay, because I actually want to get them on here too. So
it the Discord that I mostly go on is the academic criticism channel? Did you or biblical academic
Biblical, yeah,
criticism
yeah, I'm a
channel?
part of that one. The one that's like the white Bible page icon, white Bible
Yes,
book.
yeah. Scott Preston and Cam Spires and those fun guys.
Yep.
I didn't realize until like a week ago, but apparently I'm a mod in that group. And it happened out of nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think I've put in any mods for this one yet because it hasn't gotten big enough to need them.
Honestly, save yourself the trouble.
Well, it's only mods are only nice. For instance, like if channels do get popular in the daytime and the nighttime, there's there can often be one or two rowdy, really ugly people, and that'll just shoo everyone away. And if you as an admin aren't there, then that's where mods come in. Like we get occasional spamming raids. I don't know why people do this, but sometimes people come in and start like spamming the N word and things like that, and so it's nice to have some moderation, like when those types of things happen.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough that I haven't had that happen at all on my like YouTube channel or my Discord, so I haven't had to worry about it.
Yeah, that's good.
Hello, I'm back.
Hey,
Okay, so do you want to continue on the
Sure, so-
materialism, idealism thing?
sure. So just to go back, so a scientific theory, like there's lots of scientific theories that make all of the different quantum mechanical theories all make the exact same predictions. They all explain all of the same data in the same way. But the one that's the majority is the Copenhagen interpretation because it was first. It was in a war with Einstein. The hidden variable interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation were in a war with each other, and the delayed quantum eraser supposedly indicated the Bohr's Copenhagen interpretation more than the hidden variable, and so right now it's the majority in physics. Just because it came first, it made that prediction. Every one of the other ones also make the same predictions and can explain it. Some of them are simpler and more elegant, but the Copenhagen interpretation is the majority position because it was first. And that's it. That's just how science works. The reason Newtonian mechanics was before Einstein, just because it was first, and that was it. So even though they may have made the same predictions at some point,
Newtonian physics before Einstein is a different thing because they're going to be able to make slightly different predictions. Like there's different things that can occur.
well, no, all of the quantum mechanical ones explain everything the same. They don't make different predictions.
Are they all as simple as each other?
No, there's some that are simpler than others. The Copenhagen is not the simplest or the most elegant.
You're telling me that it's better, it's somehow better epistemically to believe whatever comes first.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I disagree with that as well.
So
I think
Same here.
I think that there's like a wording thing that's going on.
Parsimony.
Like there could be some clarity.
Parsimony and accuracy of predictions is where I'm. So relativity won out over Newtonian mechanics because it is able to make predictions that Newtonian mechanics can't. Right. Same thing with quantum mechanics. Newtonian mechanics.
that's a different topic. So we're saying if they all make the exact same predictions, like the ones in quantum mechanics, why should we prefer one over the other? And I'm saying the reason we prefer one over the other is it came first, rather than it's the simplest, rather than
religion came first, and people want to take the known laws of physics and stick God on there arbitrarily, and we say we object to that.
Well, if religion predicted the laws of physics, then I would definitely subscribe to religion. Like if it was written in the
But
Bible.
I'm saying physics plus religion makes the same predictions as just physics, right?
No, if religion made the predictions in the Bible, then I would believe the stuff in the Bible. So it doesn't make a difference. If they can all make the same predictions, whichever one came first is the one that's the most supported.
But Tom, you have like two models, right? They're both as simple as each other. They make the same predictions, but you think the fact that one of them was conceived before the other, I mean, gives it some sort of advantage? Is that
Yes, absolutely. So if one comes
if they make
first,
the same predictions and they're the same model.
no,
sir.
that's wrong. So like again, all of the different theories in quantum mechanics all make the same predictions. None of them are the same. So if like you can always, and the problem of underdetermination is any kind of scientific predictions you make can always be explained by infinitely many different alternative hypotheses, always. So if you have one theory that can do it first, before you already know the data, that theory is really well supported. But anybody can come along and make another theory that can explain the same data after the fact. So there's nothing impressive about that at all. There's no reason to take that model seriously because
Except
anybody can do
parsimony.
it. What?
Except for parsimony, simplicity.
No, simplicity doesn't make a difference either. So you can have a simpler
I would take
model.
simplicity over going first any day of the week.
Right, and I think that's just silly. Like, okay. Like we can make things simpler that doesn't make it true. Like,
I have
simplicity
I have different experiences in science, both my own research and in studying natural, sciences and social sciences. That parsimony is preferred, even if the same predictions are made. Because if you have a more parsimonious, the thing is, there's a prediction. There's sort of like a meta prediction being made here. If a model is more parsimonious and makes the same predictions, it means it's a more constrained model. And so the more constrained your model is, if it makes accurate predictions, then it is more likely to make more accurate predictions in the future. And so you're going to prefer the parsimonious model that works, because then you're expecting that at some point the more parsimonious and less parsimonious models would diverge in their predictions. Maybe they haven't yet, but they will eventually. And the more constrained model is more likely to continue to make better predictions.
Well, no. So again, simplicity is arbitrary.
well
So it's
said.
only defined in very vague ways. In math, it's very simple because it's just the number of variables, how easy it is to do the calculations. But no, like E equals MC squared seems simple, but it's not simple at all. Like if we just
that's true.
compare like Newtonian mechanics to Einsteinian mechanics, Newtonian mechanics is a lot simpler. And if they made the same predictions, if Einstein came first and made like some prediction and then it was explained later by Newtonian mechanics, you'd still prefer Einstein's theory because it made the predictions first. It doesn't matter if there's a simpler theory that comes later unless it gives you new predictions. Because again, you can just explain lots of things in lots of different ways.
Okay, well let's talk about like a quantum theory of gravity, right? Any quantum theory of gravity is going to make exactly the predictions of general relativity outside of a black hole. And if somehow we're able to measure things inside of a black hole, then that quantum theory of gravity is probably what's going to describe the interior of a black hole better, because general relativity predicts a singularity, which doesn't occur, which we're pretty sure doesn't occur in reality, right? And so until we're able to measure what's inside of a black hole, then quantum gravity isn't probably going to. It's like general relativity is such a fantastic approximation of whatever the underlying reality is that you really can't tell the difference until you're able to do some measurements of things that you haven't encountered yet, like the interior of a black hole. But there are physicists who still say for sure that gravity is a quantum phenomenon. We just don't know how.
Well, so if that was the case, then yeah, we would just all prefer general relativity, but it's not the case. Like we can actually measure differences in quantum mechanics that general relativity can't predict. Like it gets it wrong. Like we have measurable instances where general relativity is wrong.
Well, they're predicting different things.
Right.
I mean, they don't. It's not like general relativity and quantum mechanics are competing. They're dealing with different things, except in the cases where they do address the same things. In which case they do. Well, we don't have a quantum theory of gravity, so we really don't have a competing model there.
Right. So general relativity doesn't make predictions about certain kinds of quantum mechanical things. It can't be used to do that.
Well, and the fact that it predicts a singularity in a black hole, it suggests that there's something broken.
Right. Exactly.
So I think the disagreement here is whether or not you think coming first or parsimony is the more stronger epistemic principle, and I guess I just straight up disagree with you, and I'm pretty sure science does as well.
No, because simplicity is arbitrary for the most part. You can define simplicity in lots of different ways. It's just not a relevant criterion, except in things like math, where you can actually like describe what simplicity fundamentally is, which is like how easy it is to do the calculations.
You do have a point there. If parsimony is too nebulous, then we don't have a basis for deciding that something's more parsimonious. If we did, then maybe we'd have something to argue.
Right, but if we had a way to like actually determine what simplicity fundamentally is, then it would probably also correspond to reality, like initially anyway.
But I mean, if we had a physical model of, I don't know, like orbital mechanics in a galaxy, some people, like what is it, quantized inertia versus dark matter. Now, mind you, we all know that dark matter makes predictions that QI doesn't. But let's just say that we didn't know that yet. Then dark matter postulates some matter that we can't measure, whereas quantized inertia is based on known physics about, universe-sized wave functions. Okay, and so it actually is a more parsimonious model because it has fewer variables, fewer things that have to be measured empirically in order to make the same predictions. And so if it consistently, under all circumstances, made the superior predictions, then we would switch to that model because it is a simpler model that has fewer arbitrary things thrown into it.
I think that one concept that one of the guys was trying to like get to earlier, and just you guys can criticize that. This is what I gathered. Like, if a materialist, idealist, dualist makes predictions based off of empiricism, their conclusions aren't arguing for or against idealism, dualism, materialism, because empiricism is compatible with all three.
That's true.
Right, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing with the Matrix. Like, we can say that we make predictions about light coming from the sun. We could still be in the Matrix, but we just don't care. Like, it's just not relevant because the assumption is that we're not.
Well, that's where I fall. I don't care, but at the same time, I do tend to consider those three views, like materialism, idealism, dualism, like just, yeah, exactly, like brain in the vat type things where that we can't know, essentially.
Well, that's rejected in philosophy. Like in
materialism is an extra posit when you say, when I stop experiencing, there's still stuff there. Or I could just remain silent on the issue and say, well, that's all I'm willing to talk about is just my experience of it. And I'm not willing to posit any objective thing outside of myself.
Well, no, the same thing applies to like saying we're not in the Matrix. That could also be considered as an extra assumption of the hypothesis that is unnecessary, but it's totally fine to make that. That's because it's descriptive of reality.
To posit a matrix and then to negate it is obviously more than just to say nothing about it.
Right. So no, we're saying we're not in the Matrix. The world is the real world that we're experiencing. We're not in the Matrix. That saying that the world is real is essentially like saying it's material. What?
What do you mean by the world? Are you talking materialistically?
No, I mean like we could be in the Matrix, or the world we're experiencing may not be a computer generation. It may be the real thing that actually exists.
The real thing that actually exists. Okay, so it's you mean just this experience is the only thing that exists.
I mean, we're not in the Matrix. This has nothing to do with materialism or idealism. We're just saying there's the option that the world we're experiencing is a digital hologram that isn't real, or it's a physical world that's made of particles that is real.
Yeah.
So saying that the physical world exists and is real and is not a computer program is an additional hypothesis, because you're saying it's a thing. This is a kind of thing that we're saying that what we're experiencing is. It's the real stuff, and it's not.
You think negating a theory is an additional thing?
Again, no, it's the exact same thing in both cases.
I don't know where you get this stuff from.
It's philosophy, just the field of philosophy.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure where the confusion is coming from, because like in philosophy, like there are no basic presuppositions that everybody holds to, so I mean,
sure, yeah.
So if somebody brings up a hypothesis, they're arguing for its truth, and that has the same burden as arguing against its falsity.
But the idea that saying that like there isn't fairies controlling me is an additional statement over than just not saying that.
No, that's completely wrong. So if I say the reality we're experiencing is a thing, and it's not like a different thing. There's two different things here. There's A and not A something else, a B. So I'm saying it's not just the negation of the fact that we're in the hypothesis of that we're in the Matrix. It's saying that it is a different kind of thing. It's the not Matrix kind of thing. We're going to call that reality. But those are two different positive claims. One is there's this reality non-matrix thing, and the other is there's this non-reality matrix thing. These are two independent theories. It's not just the negation of the matrix. So it is a positive claim.
The negation of the matrix should lead you to nothing but your own experience.
Right, and that's not the negation of the matrix. That's the point. We're not negating the matrix. We're saying there is a positive claim of reality, which is not the matrix. It is a separate thing. It's not just the negation theory. It is a positive claim about what reality is like.
That materialism would be, but if you're literally just talking about your experience and nothing else, then the matrix and not matrix, that dichotomy, the not matrix, would be the more parsimonious.
No, again, you're totally missing the point here. So
all you're doing is reducing it down to just your experience.
Again, you're totally
not positing another reality.
Again, which has nothing to do with my point. So you're just missing the point completely. So in philosophy, everything that we can see around us can be explained by several hypotheses. One, we're in the matrix. One, we're in a material world. We're a brain in the vat. All of those different positive hypotheses can all explain all of the data. We reject the matrix. We reject the brain in the vat. We accept that reality is as we see it, the material world. That is a positive claim of the material world that rejects the other ones, but it is the most supported given fallibilism in philosophy. The same thing applies to materialism versus idealism for the exact same reasons.
No.
Yes.
Like I'm with you to halfway, but then there's a jump you make at the end that's problematic.
Okay, like when you say supported by fallibilism, when you say supported by fallibilism, I would say that that's where we would just need to hear why it is supported by fallibilism, and then that might clear it up.
I would suggest Googling fallibilism because that's super complicated.
No, I do understand what fallibilism is, right? But why, for instance, would we negate those other hypotheses due to fallibilism? I don't know.
You would have to Google that to really understand more about fallibilism because I just started researching it a few months ago for my debates with Ben Fisher and Randall Rouser and
you're super confident, and then you're just telling me you Googled it not too long ago.
Yeah, go ahead and Google it because it's the consensus in philosophy. So go feel free to do it yourself.
I'm sorry, dude, but when you say in philosophy, do you mean your philosophy PhD?
No, I mean the academic literature. Fallibilism is the consensus position.
No, I'm asking you, do you work in philosophy?
No, I work as a YouTuber.
Great. Okay.
Which is common knowledge, which is irrelevant to anything. So all of my points are still valid. You're still wrong, dumbass. Nice point bringing up an irrelevant point. Good job. So everything I said is still correct. Next.
So you're getting to ad hominem because I brought this up.
Yes, because you're trying to use it as an ad hominem to negate my position. You're done. Get out, dumbass. Oh my god.
Oh man, he left.
Good.
He's still drugs, Malpass, come on.
As an actual scientist, I can say that TJump understands these things really, really well. I don't necessarily agree with him on 100% of everything, but he knows his shit. So.
Well, and the whole thing about do you have a PhD? I mean, there are a lot of PhDs that I know, and for instance, even because I have a lot of apologist friends, there are a lot of Christians that I know that are a lot smarter than PhD apologist Christians, in terms of So I mean, the word for it is autodidact, which Tom brings up sometimes. But the fact of the matter is that if you go to an institution or if you are reading books, you're still going to be reading the same material. It's the institution is a very just different thing. It has to do with formal credential and things like that. But yeah, it's not fair to say that somebody does or does not know something because they went to an institution, essentially.
This day and age, you can even pull up lectures on fucking YouTube.
Well, I mean, if you have an advanced degree in a topic, it means you have evidence that you've actually worked in that field.
Right.
But yeah, Deepak Chopra has a PhD, so.
Hey Tom, I wanted to pick your brain on the reason why you versus the reason why I don't subscribe to naturalism, because I think they're a little different. My reason why I don't subscribe to naturalism is partially, I think, similar to yours, but there's another grounds as well. and that's basically an incoherence of the word. Like my personal thing is because, like, for instance, if something is real, then it exists, and if it exists, then it's natural, and if it does not exist, then it is not real, and it is not natural. Like the word natural or supernatural are like
But
null
not
distinction.
defined, right? There's no like actual definition between the two. It's just kind of
Right. So
a
is that your thing too? I heard you say something else like just the demonstration of like that we couldn't demonstrate that everything is material, and that is too. But I tend to stick more towards the nullification of the definition.
well, materialism is more well defined. It's about interactions between particles, but naturalism isn't defined like at all. Essentially, supernatural just means
Super
non.
duper.
No, it's almost always used in one specific case, which is to mean a non-physical mind did something. That's usually what
Right. Yeah.
supernatural always means.
Those are the subtitles, but like the hidden ones.
I mean, but plus there's also different versions of naturalism, materialism. Um, I mean, and yeah, I mean, naturalism has changed over the years, especially as our understanding of the natural world has changed. Like, the earliest naturalists, at least that I know of, were people who believed in, the elements that, the material is, either fire, wind, water, earth, or some combination of those. But, that was the understanding they had back then.
Yep.
That, yeah, that form of naturalism is bunk now.
Yeah. So the reason I'm not a metaphysical naturalist is because I don't like to rule out anything. Like I don't want to say there is only X. Like I'm not going to make that exclusion, regardless of what the distinction is. Even if naturalism and supernaturalism were like well defined, I wouldn't say there's only the natural, unless it was tautological and so like the natural is just anything in reality. And then of course there's only the natural because it's just anything in reality. But so I don't want to make those kinds of hard distinctions on what does and doesn't exist, even if they're not well defined.
Another question, like I vaguely heard something about it on one of your videos, and I was wanted to ask you at some point, like how much or like how much and in what fields would you say that you've like studied like let's say just like a religion or Christianity? I think I remember you saying that you like to stick more towards like the like philosophy and even a bit of theology and stuff. But have you ever done like biblical studies, basically?
No, I usually get away from the Bible because I consider it to be so super vague that even if you do like really detailed research into it, like Dr. Josh, Scholar Fiction, Paulogia, they do a lot of research into like the Bible and biblical history. But because it's the natural ambiguity of language, you can interpret words to mean a whole bunch of different things always, just as an inherent part of language. I think is kind of pointless because they can always just interpret it in a different way and say, well, your interpretation may not be correct, and that's like the end of the debate. So it's not really. I don't find it productive to go into really detailed debates about the historicity or the meaning and interpretations of the Bible. It's not a productive discussion from my perspective.
I agree to a degree, like unless somebody goes wholesale into the topic, like for instance, if you can argue with like on a historical basis about like things like dating or things like the intentions of authors that can be demonstrated by like cultural practices and education systems of the ancient Near East and things like that. I mean, there are a lot of like leeways and ways that you can change at least a theist belief. Like for instance, like Cam and our friend Scott. Or have you met Scott Preston?
Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah, they've both been working on like this mimesis map of Mark, which Mark is presumably everybody thinks that Mark is the first gospel. And mimesis in the sense where like it can be demonstrated in the text that the author of this gospel is writing in direct accordance line for line with different narratives, like using Paul in some instances using like the narrative of Jesus Barabbas and using like Second Kings and different things. So it can be demonstrated that what he's doing is not a historical retelling of events. And so, there are certain things like that that are valuable that Christians will say, what the hell, I had no idea. And
Well, I mean,
they're...
do you think they're actually going to say that about if they take a look at Cam's model, or even someone like a professional academic like Bart Ehrman who can do the same thing? Do you think the Christians are going to look at that and be like, oh yeah, sure, I totally take that seriously? Or are they going to just say, well, that's just your interpretation, and I think your interpretation is wrong and my interpretation is right?
It really depends on the kind of Christian, because like there are, as we all know, there are those dismissive peoples in all kinds of world groups, the atheists and theists and agnostics and things. But I do run into Christians like, well, being an ex-Christian myself, and just the things that I've read have definitely dramatically changed everything that I understand about the ancient Near East and their traditions and things like that. So, I mean, it really depends on the person, surely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So like even in cases
it may not happen right away, but for some,
I mean, I guess it depends on what the Christian is interested in and what they take as a reasonable basis of knowledge. But something like, I think more Christians take the science seriously than the historicity. It's easier for them to be like, the science says this, which then shows Christianity is wrong, and they're more likely to accept that, like evolution or the age of the earth, than something like an interpretation of the origin of Mark and its intentions of the authors.
Right. Well, that is a problem actually that I run into quite often, is that like especially they are not focused primarily in their larger courses. They're not focused on educating Christians on things like technical criticism. So like, even if a Christian is like, pretty well educated and they've gone through the Christian things, well, most of their classes are like pastoral or like a minimal theology and stuff like that. So yeah, exactly. Like a lot of points can just fly over heads and just not land in any specific. Yeah, I can see like where you're coming from.
Yeah, they would have to actually take the courses and understand why the evidence you're presenting is meaningful and why it should be compelling. And if they don't really see that, it's just like why should we take this seriously? Even if I grant everything you're saying, it just seems like you're just interpreting the data in your own way, and I don't understand that methodology enough to take it seriously.
Right. Yeah.
But science is usually, we have enough background in science to be like, yes, we understand this is a serious methodology, and so we should probably take what it's saying seriously. That's usually a well-established position in most people, except creationists.
Right.
How are you doing, Tom?
Hey, Brenda, I'm doing good. How are you?
Moderately okay.
Moderately okay?
Oh.
Oh, sort of jokingly, I was talking to some flat earthers this morning.
Oh, wonderful.
So moderate. I mean, I get yelled at and called, I'm delusional because I believe the earth is round.
That's interesting.
Well, duh, everybody.
I think I'm delusional too, then.
Yeah, every flat earther in America needs to go to Lake Pond.
Did you guys watch that funny Netflix movie about like flat Earth people?
Oh yeah, they don't like that movie.
Beyond the Curve.
I thought it was like terribly charitable though. I thought it was so funny that one scene was my favorite, where like there were some actually like decently smart flat earthers, and they like did that experiment where they proved that the Earth was spherical.
Oh, that's interesting.
Like, wait a minute. Yeah. So they proved that the Earth was spherical, and they're like, "Oh shit!" Like I can't remember. They might have not like they might have rationalized it, and then like gotten away with still being flat earthers. But it was a really good movie. I'd suggest. They just did a curvature like experiment, like with a light and different, like how high off the ground do we have to shine this light type of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, there's two experiments conducted. One with a fiber optic gyroscope, which proved that the Earth rotates, and the other with lights and some I think it was, I don't know what they had, pieces of wood or pieces of styrofoam with the holes cut into it. That Yeah, the interesting thing about that is how powerful um, I don't know how to put it. Preconceived notions, ideology, orthodoxy, just
Bias.
Interesting.
uh, just their, yeah, all those things can be, because I don't think that the people shown in that movie are particularly stupid people, but they are deeply committed to a false narrative about how things work, and it's very difficult for them to let go of that. And when confronted with conflicting information right in front of them, they're not willing to let go of their preferred.
Right. And that's just, I mean, it was a really good demonstration in that sense of like all people groups, just groupthink in general. Like it was just giving demonstrations about affirmation culture, like people getting together and to like rub each other off, basically.
Yeah, yeah,
What's it?
yeah.
Circle
There's
something.
there's also the there's also the phenomenon of it's very difficult to convince somebody um, that they about the truth of a situation when their income depends on them believing in something that isn't true.
Yeah.
Because these people make money.
Shit. I think because there's some cases where that happens though, like the pastor thing. The shoot, I just was talking about it with Anthony Magnabosco a little bit ago. The one where the pastors are become atheists.
The clergy.
Yes, the Clergy Project.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There have been flat earthers who have converted a number of. So I could throw out some names, Tom. Sci-Man Dan is the name of a channel, and that's his what he kind of goes by, Sci-Man Dan.
Like Science
And he
SCI.
has a fairly it's just Sci-Man Dan.
It's like SCI
And
Sci or SYE Sci, like Sci Tim
S
Ruben King.
S SCIMANDAN, all one word.
All right.
He has a fairly large YouTube channel, and he debunks flat earthers and conspiracy theorists. There's also conspiracy cats, cat CATZ, who does those things, who does more educational things. He teaches independently and stuff like that. Um, they have talked to people who have come out of flat earthers. It is kind of a cultish kind of thing. It's heavily dependent. It's very strongly on two aspects, which is a religious orthodoxy, a literalism concerning the Bible, and also conspiracy theorists who believe it, for whom flat Earth is the ultimate conspiracy to believe in.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a groupthink kind of a thing. Having people who you agree with makes it easier to believe anything.
But I've been debating with people in flat Earth for quite some time, and I've come away with several conclusions about it. Mainly, it's those two groups, the conspiracy theorists and the religious fundamentalists. But a lot of the people in the flat Earth are simply, well, toxic people. They're assholes, and this is a way for them to have some sort of community. Um, Also, many of them are cognitively um, disadvantaged. Various people with various cognitive issues that that's just the polite way of saying they're not the sharpest tools in the workbench. They're not very bright people. They're uneducated, religiously fundamentalist or conspiratorial in their thinking. And then there are trolls who prey on those people, whom I have convinced are do not believe in the flat Earth, but you know, get donations, Patreon money. They sell coffee mugs and T-shirts and paraphernalia and stuff to those people, but they know perfectly well that
Oh yeah,
the Earth is round.
Mark
Like-
Sargent does not believe in a flat Earth. No way.
Yeah, and I think we get the same phenomenon with creationism, and quite frankly, in the political realm, I'm sure that that's the same phenomenon. There are people in creationism, you get the same thing. I'm sure there are prominent creationists who know perfectly well that creationism is bunk. Um, in the political realm, I think that there are people um, who know perfectly well that Q is not actually a real person, and the conspiracies surrounding Q um, are not real, but people prey on them anyway. A lot of gullible people out there are easily manipulated by other people, and that's why critical thinking is such an important skill to have.
Yeah, that's like the foundation of most religions is people taking advantage of other people. Like Mormonism, I think, is a pretty good example.
Oh yeah, excellent example.
Dianetics.
Oh yeah,
Christian.
Scientology, Dianetics.
In Christianity, they convince these people that this guy rose from the dead.
Just before I go, yeah, it was so funny. I'll have to put the links in the chat later, but I was reading Joseph Smith's legal rights the other day. Super, super funny to go through. Just like all the time incarcerated for like seeing scams.
Yep.
Like, and that was a pretty popular
Bank
at the
fraud,
time.
bank
Where
fraud all
you'd
the time.
I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, it was kind of an 18th century popular scam, basically, where you'd have magic rocks that would tell you, where to find treasure, or like they would tell you where to find your next love and things like that.
Oh, he would like
But-
hold it up to his eye and he could see into the ground and see where the like gold was.
You're right, yeah, and it's so funny because he got incarcerated so many times, like for this offense, like on multiple occasions, and then he found a super stone with the words on it. It's just super funny. Okay, so you guys.
Then he lost them, and then he got different
Right.
stones, and they had entirely different words.
Yep.
Well, that's also the plot of The Music Man. We got trouble right here in River City. We got trouble, I'm telling you. We got trouble.
Yep. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Has anybody heard about, also mesmerism back in the 19th century? It was a scam.
Vaguely, but yeah, there's been the scams all throughout history.
They really believe he rose from the dead.
Well, this was from a time when thought that actually happened. The what is it? Spirit and breath and wind were all the same word in Greek, pneumos or something. And so people thought when you died, the wind breath came out of you, and that was your spirit. So if you want to resurrect, put it back in. And there you go. They didn't understand more complex chemical, biochemical process.
Yeah.
So it was completely made sense to them.
Also, when you actually die, all your muscles relax, so the pupils of your eye will suddenly widen and open up. So I think that people felt the spirit left through the eyes too, didn't they?
I'm not sure.
Because when you watch somebody,
Maybe.
when you watch someone die, when they die, the pupils, if they're normal, the person isn't dead yet. But as soon as you die, every muscle in your body simply relaxes and lets go, and so that means the pupils just go poof. They widen up because they relax.
So that's not the muscle letting go that I was thinking of.
Well, there's
South
other
Park
muscles that. Yeah, there's other muscles that let go too. That's what the nurse has to clean up after.
Oh man, I wouldn't want to be a nurse.
It's a dirty job.
It's a thankless job.
I worked in as in a paramedical capacity in a hospital. I wasn't a nurse, but I was in more of a paramedical. Um, it can be rewarding, even though it's tough to be a nurse. You know, observing it from the outside, it'd be pretty tough, mainly because of the hours and stuff. The rewards are the people, and there's things you have to do. You have to clean up after people, but the personal reward is just helping people.
Oh yeah. Well, I went with a church group to go clean up a community center in a community, and it was just to go do something to help people in a community, and so just there is a reward that you feel when you go and you help people, like the
Well,
saved
yeah,
lives.
yeah, we're pretty much wired to be that way.
Brenda, are you
Uh, yeah, I would say so. Naturalist, physicalist, materialist, yeah, whatever you want to call it.
but what would you say, like, your
My best argument.
yeah, for
Um, what evidence do you have of non-physical?
I don't. I'm a materialist as well.
Well, my best. Well, I would tend to be like it's a methodological. I'm a methodological in that way. I'm not sure I can say anything metaphysically. I can't say for certain metaphysically that there's nothing in addition to what we know, but this is all we know, right? And there's just no evidence for me to that I need to. The challenges that have been brought to naturalistic explanations, like qualia, pea zombies, various other things, um, when I look into it, it doesn't really seem to be as convincing. So I would say that qualia and Mary's room, Mary didn't really get new knowledge when she leaves the room. She just has a new experience. She experiences the color red, but given the premises of the argument that she already has all knowledge concerning the color red, well, she doesn't gain any new knowledge. She simply gains a new experience. So, in a lot of those arguments, I think they make these subtle distinctions that or equivocations that don't pan out. So, you know, with P zombies, I accept what Daniel Dennett has said, that they just don't make any logical sense. And with Mary's room, I would say that Mary has quality is just experience. It's not like a substance. Um,
What
and I
is
think
Mary's room?
Mary's room is the argument that was put forward by, what was his name, Jackson. He was in Australia. It was that Mary is raised in a room all her life, and there's no color in the room. We just accept that as stipulated. But she knows all physical facts about color. And then one day she leaves. She's allowed to leave the room, and she sees red. And the way the argument is phrased is that she now knows what it is like to experience the color red. And this claim is that she now has new knowledge, and this contradiction says that there must be something about qualia that is non-physical, because prior she knew all physical facts about the color. And the typical physical response is that they're equivocating about qualia, the meaning of qualia. So qualia is what its likeness, aboutness, um, and I would just say that what she has is a new experience, but not actual knowledge.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Well,
I'd
we're
agree.
also talking about different parts of the brain. Like You have abstract knowledge that describes a phenomenon, but that's, when you actually use your visual system to perceive a color, then you're exercising neural pathways that are part of the visual system, and you hadn't exercised that before.
Well, I think it has more to do with translation,
like-
where it's the brain translates the information, and you have to not only know the physical attributes of light, but you also have to know the physical attributes of how your brain translates that information into a system. So it's like if you know all of the physical components of a computer system, like the ones and zeros, you can still put that into a CD and have it be played, and you won't know the music that's going to come out until you know how the computer system is going to translate those ones and zeros into a different system. And so it's not just the physical properties that you need to know about light. You also need to know the translation system to be able to accurately get that into translating the light itself into the quality experience. You need to know the translation as well as the physical levels.
When you experience, like, say some flashlight that it's emitting, a red light. When you experience that, is that a property of the light of the flashlight, or is that a property of your own mind, your own experience?
It's a combination of both. So it's a combination of the physical thing and how it interacts with my brain. And so the experience I have is a result of my brain's interaction with the physical thing.
Oh, okay.
The information processing.
But I mean, if we take you out of the equation, I mean,
What?
That redness you experience ain't there. It ain't like a part of the light.
What? Yeah, our retinas do actually, like the photons literally hit our eyes. Like, I don't know what you mean.
If you weren't looking, and if nobody else was looking, that there wouldn't be any redness, in the actual photons or the waves of light.
Right? What's your point? I don't understand.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention, I really appreciate you hosting the discussions like this. Also wanted to say, I know that I do talk quite a lot, and I appreciate your patience on that. I just wanted to say that before I go in pretty soon.
Oh yeah, no problem. People can interrupt whenever they want. So if they are bored or something and they want to talk over you, they can just interrupt and we can just keep going. So I have no problems with people interrupting me or you or anything. It's totally fine.
Oh yeah,
I try not to do it often.
Yeah, so there's a large literature on Frank Jackson's knowledge argument, which is dubbed Mary's Room. You should Google that around.
Yeah, I'll check that out. I haven't heard that one before because that wasn't one brought up by any of the idealists I've talked to yet.
Wow, that's crazy.
Do you have a general argument against idealism?
Not exactly. I just say it adds like an additional assumption that we just don't need.
Yeah, because I'm not convinced. G.E. Moore had an argument against idealism, which I'm not convinced really is very good.
I do have something that I think is at least evidence against.
What's that?
Not like 100%, but it makes me doubt it.
What is it?
Why is it that wherever I find mind or traces or evidence of a mind, I find some kind of body there, and it's not necessarily the other.
Right. I would use the same argument that the physical bodies seem to have an influence over the brains, but our brains don't seem to have an influence over the physical bodies. So it seems like the physical is more primitive or more important.
I mean, if you meditate, yeah, that affects your.
Well, no, I mean, like, I can't imagine myself growing 10 feet tall and then grow 10 feet taller. But if I damage my brain, I can, like, zap myself and cause myself to imagine I'm 10 feet taller.
Okay, I understand. So
I want mutant.
Yeah, there are
I want mutant brain powers. from zapping
Yes.
my brain.
Yeah, if we were like Professor...
there are certain things your mind obviously does not affect.
Right. So, but if we were like Superman or like, what was it? An X-Man who could like psychically change things, then we would have a pretty good reason to believe that idealism might be true. Because if our minds can just literally change the physical world how we want, then it's reasonable to believe that the mental stuff is more fundamental than the physical stuff. So that would actually be a good argument for idealism if we could psychically do stuff with our minds.
It's like if the world we experiencing is contingent upon our minds, or minds.
Brains, yeah.
I- But I've had arguments with some people over this kind of topic, and I'll try to bring up evidence or certain experiences that could confirm or disconfirm one way or the other, and they'll be like, no, you can't do that because this is a topic of metaphysics, and you're trying to be kind of scientific about it. And I'm like, well, I don't believe there's a clear discrete line between science and metaphysics. Sometimes
Right. I think it's that argument is essentially, well, we don't have absolute certainty, therefore it could be otherwise. That's essentially what they're saying. Is that science doesn't give us absolute certainty, and you need absolute certainty to rule this out. It's kind of what they're saying. Yeah.
I want to be able to measure the metaphysical before I start taking it really seriously.
Well, metaphysics is just
Beyond
modal
physics.
logic. Well, it's just modal logic. It's possible. It's possibility.
A necessity.
Yeah, necessity and possibility.
But how could science and like topics about the nature of being, or what is real, not overlap?
Well, it's like because we could be in the Matrix, and so everything we experience about science may not be real, and what is real is something completely different. That's why metaphysics and physics may not be connected.
Well, those are philosophy, which is fine. There's some things we just don't have a good way of making empirical measurements and modeling them, which is what we do in science. But we can reason about other things, and so you can prove something completely abstract in mathematics. That's not science. It's but it may be philosophy, right? And that's fine. It's perfectly reasonable thing to use as part of your epistemology.
Like I think there are questions of metaphysics that, okay, yeah, they're beyond the scope of science. I get it, but I think there are others that are within the scope of science. Like okay, so let's assume we live in a matrix world, right? Well, I mean, at least science can tell us some things about how that world works, and ways in which that world does not work.
Well, yes, but the ways that world would work could be changed by simply changing the program. So it's not an ontological difference. You could just change the way the world works by hacking the program.
Right.
And that's metaphysics is dealing with the fundamental nature of reality. Ontology is a branch of metaphysics.
But there is an argument against against the matrix. I think it's attributed to Kripke. I was reading it on Alex Malpass. It's the argument from duty or obligation.
I don't remember that one. I remember the one about the hands. Like you're supposed to, if I have hands, then I'm not in the matrix. I know I have hands, therefore I know I'm not in the matrix.
Let me see if I can remember it correctly. My understanding is that the argument goes something like, and I could get this wrong, but the argument goes something like, when I'm dreaming, we do not say, for instance, that if I kill somebody in my dream, that I have committed murder. So normally, you wouldn't say of somebody who is a perfectly good human when they are awake, but every night when they go to sleep, they kill people in their dream. You wouldn't say that person was a murderer. And nevertheless, so there is a kind of a difference there. Let me pause and think here. So we don't have obligations to the objects of our fantasy life, of our dreams. We do have obligations to people in everyday life, and therefore there's a difference there between dream life and everyday life, which is we have moral obligations to the people around us, and therefore we have a distinction there that we can say that the one is different than the other.
Right. Actually, Ozzy brought that argument up against me when I said there's no difference. And my argument was that, well, what if people died in dreams? If you dreaming about killing somebody actually did kill them, well, then it would be just as immoral to kill someone in a dream as it would in reality. And so that I don't think that argument necessarily works. You'd still be morally obligated to not kill people in dreams if killing people in dreams actually killed them. So I would not count that as a difference.
Have you talked to Converse Contender?
Yes, several times. We did a debate.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Why? What about?
Yeah, I was just wondering. I'm trying to think of people you might not have interacted with that you would be interested in interacting with.
Well, someone in the comments mentioned
S.J. Thomas.
Yeah, I've done several debates with SJ. We did one on abortion. That one was pretty good, actually.
Okay.
How about Apologia?
I had him on like last week.
Oh, okay. I don't get I get notifications, but I guess I miss them. Can't watch every video.
Yeah. So I would like to get Jack Engstrich, whatever his name is. He's on Discord. Get him.
Wait, I did see that one.
So I want to get Jack on here.
Jack is. I don't know. He's somewhat enigmatic in that way. He just he would have to be interested, but some of the people around him might. There's a number of people around him.
Well, I've actually
Aaron Ra.
Aaron Ra would be good.
I've had him on. I've had Aaron Ra.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Matt Dillahunty?
I've met Matt. I haven't had him on my channel yet. I haven't invited him on. I probably will, but I haven't done that yet.
How about Objectively Dan?
I think I talked with him for a little bit in Texas, but haven't
So
really.
you had Inspiring Philosophy, and you've had Peter Enns, right?
Yep.
So that was great. I watched that video.
Yeah, that one was one of my favorites.
Hello,
How about
everyone.
Sci-Tech?
I just jumped in.
Hi.
I just jumped in.
Sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question because you were saying that the brain doesn't affect physical matter, or right? That's what you're saying. That you're saying that matter has more of an effect on the brain.
Yeah, I can't
brain has an
imagine
effect on
things
matter.
into existence. I can't imagine a unicorn in front of me and then have it appear, or imagine a gold brick and have it appear. So the brain doesn't.
So are you ignoring the fact that this placebo effect is a real thing, and not just that, but the act of observation changing that which is being observed?
So the
Are
act
you,
of
like, not taking
observation.
that into consideration?
The act of observation has nothing to do with the mind. It's just a physical process, and placebo effects are just physical processes. That's not your brain actually doesn't change anything. It's more the physical process in your brain causes a chemical reaction which changes something.
You said the brain has nothing to do with observation. Is that what you said?
Correct. That's a physical process of matter. It's the collapse of the wave function has to do with any physical system that interacts with the particle. It's not consciousness. It has nothing to do with consciousness.
Observing something or taking note of it, right? Being able to calculate or observe it, being able to, what would you say, interact with it, right?
The collapse of observation in quantum mechanics is just a measurement of a system. It's literally a sensor. It has nothing to do with consciousness. The consciousness doesn't affect anything.
Yeah, a
The brain's not a sensor.
photoreceptor is considered an observation when it records a photon hitting it.
Wave
Okay,
function
so now
collapse. Wave function collapse
Sorry, go
is
ahead.
just a macroscopic system interacting with a microscopic system. It's kind of an imaginary thing, because the macroscopic system is also made of quantum is itself just a large quantum system. So all it is two systems becoming entangled. That's it. Because they had.
That's okay. Sorry, go ahead.
But isn't it the case that the one being quote unquote observed goes from a superposition of states to,
No,
Yep.
it's just that's the output of the measurement device. You've actually measured things in states of quantum superposition.
Okay, and then the last one was what do you have to say about the placebo effect? That's a lot less complicated. How are you gonna get around that one?
The placebo effect isn't our imaginations doing anything. The placebo effect is change in our system due to like things we imagine. So like if I imagine I'm being chased by a zebra or having a nightmare, then my physical body will react to that by changing like
Yeah, and that's your
surging
brain
with
doing that, right?
adrenaline, surging with adrenaline, which will
Changing
shut down the immune system. That's all the placebo effect is that the way you're imagining things changes your biochemical response. That's it. It's just brain function, normal brain function
It's like-
changing your system. The more relaxed you are, the more your immune system works, the more you heal. It has nothing to do with your imagination doing anything.
Imagine somebody gives you a really great back scratch and it causes a production of dopamine. Okay, a placebo can cause your brain to produce neurotransmitters that have an effect. That is, but what caused it? Something purely psychological.
Or like holding a puppy.
Exactly.
Actually, and that's actually something that has a real effect. Introducing, you know, cuddly animals like puppies and kittens has a real effect on people.
Yeah, there's actually a horse therapy, equine therapy, where if you like, if you have depression and stuff, you go and spend time with horses.
I
What's
don't
your
know what that
definition
would
of
be.
what's your definition of science?
The methods we use to differentiate imagination from reality.
So it's not the natural processes that are occurring.
I have another definition of science.
So,
say-
so I do not limit it to natural things. I say anything that can differentiate between imagination and reality is science. We just the only things that we
Anything
know
in
that do
reality, anything in
What?
reality is natural.
that. No, I don't. I don't define it that way. Natural isn't well defined, so it's just pointless to say that. It's just it's a tautology.
Yeah, I agree. In this time and age that we're living in, people don't know the difference between normal and natural.
Is there a difference?
Yeah, there's a difference.
Well, normal is just literally a norm, right?
Yeah, natural is that which is naturally occurring in this universe, which everything that is under science obviously is, except for metaphysical because it's beyond time and space.
No, so natural does include things outside of time and space and outside of this universe. So
Natural does include things outside of time and space, you said?
yes, like for example, the
Can you give me an
emergence.
example?
Yes, Emergent Space-Time by Nima Arkani Hamad or Sean Carroll, where in physics, space and time are both emergent. Space and time and matter are all emergent from more fundamental natural things. Like they're both naturalists. They're both physicalists.
That's an idea, though, right? That's not a scientific fact.
No, it's a
That's more of
scientific. It's a scientific theory. So it's
theory.
a combination
Yeah, exactly.
of. It's a combination of verified principles, particles, and laws in physics. So like all theories. So it's
But
actually
it's still a theory.
yes. So is evolution. So is gravity. So is the atomic theory of mass and germ theory of disease. Those are all theories. Everything in science is a theory.
Well, not everything. There's definitely things that are verifiable facts that are like laws of physics. Those are called the laws, and then there's theories.
No. Theories and
difference.
facts are things that build, or laws and facts build theories. Theories are bigger than laws and facts. They're more true than laws and facts.
Well, okay, all right. I'm not gonna argue with that because if you want to believe that, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
I'm
just
not-
that's
I
just
don't wanna
science
argue
101. You can just Google the word theory and law, common misconceptions that creationists have. It's just a fact about that's how science works.
A theory is a model. That's all it is. It's a model that makes predictions.
Yeah, and this
About
guy's saying
something.
that theories. This guy's
Like
saying
music.
theories trump laws. That's what he's telling me right now.
Consider music theory. Okay, let's move it out of the realm of science into something else, right? What is music theory? It's not like, oh, we're not sure that music exists. Okay, music theory is a model of how of melodies and harmonies and rhythms and all kinds of things. It's a model.
It's an idea,
So-
right? A way of looking at things. An ideology.
No.
I mean, a well-substantiated model.
Or like a way of believing of how things work. It's a form of belief.
Well, yeah, yeah, but one that is.
Well, at least you admit that you're believing something and not knowing it, because a lot of people who like to hold on to science, they say that they don't believe in anything and all they believe is straight facts and verifiable evidence, even though somebody just said it earlier. You can see the same thing, and we can both see the color red, and we're going to see a different shade, or we're going to have a different experience of that color, because it's all based on our own perceptions of reality. We could see whatever we want, but if our perceptions differ, then we're not going to come to the same conclusion.
Well, by belief, I mean like that which
Yeah.
could be unfounded. It could
And
be
that, yeah, in that sense, all of science is based is belief. It's belief. Belief is defined as mental content that we assert as being true.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. All of science is a belief system.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
All of everything is a belief system.
Yeah, but the thing is that science is true.
In regards, in compared to what?
Everything.
Compared to false beliefs.
Okay, well, yeah, obviously, true belief is always going to be true compared to a false belief. I agree with that.
Yeah, yeah. So the moon is a round spherical satellite of the Earth composed of regolith. That is true.
Well, now you're
It's a
just
belief and it's
dogmatically
true.
now you're just dogmatically believing what somebody told you. You don't know that until you actually do the research for yourself. If you're just
No,
blindly
that's not true.
believing what you read in
No,
books, yeah, and what
no, that's not
the
true.
higher authorities tell you. Okay, go ahead.
No, no. I don't have such a restrictive definition of knowledge. So you're getting that from, I believe, from Zetetic astronomy books that claim that you
No,
can't
I'm
know
saying that.
anything until you can't know anything unless you actually personally do it. I don't have to. The fact that I have not personally been to Paris, France, it doesn't follow that I can't know that the Eiffel Tower is 198 meters tall. I know that the Eiffel Tower is 198 meters tall, even though I've never been to Paris, France. I've never been to France. I've never seen the Eiffel Tower. I've never measured it, but I can know how tall it is based on other people doing that.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say that the difference between the Eiffel Tower and the moon is there's a very select few of people who can actually verify that the moon is what the powers that wannabe say it is. With the Eiffel Tower, no, there's no government official saying, "Hey, you can't come to this tower and you can't measure this thing." No one's doing that. So yeah, obviously, I want to know what made you believe that's true. The information you're telling me, what convinced you to believe that the moon is what they say it is?
Well, I can see it, and I can measure it.
Okay, I mean anybody could see or measure anything, but it doesn't mean they're right. They're just because
I have friends.
Okay.
I have friends who have measured the distance to the moon. They've done it independently.
Based on someone else's theory, right?
YouTubers.
Based off of like somebody
No.
else's
No.
mathematical theories. No, how did they do it then? They came up with a whole new theory.
They use simple.
Look, it's totally fine to use their
They just use
methodologies.
trigonometry. They use Red's rhetoric is somebody I sort of know even a little bit better than Tom. He and some friends of his have measured the distance to the room using trigonometry.
What I'm trying to say is y'all are dogmatically following ideologies and methodologies, and that's it.
That's
And
wrong. I'm
coming
not.
to the same conclusion.
I'm not.
You just told me that you're using the methodology. In order to use the methodology, you need the ideology and methodology go hand in hand.
No.
Trigonometry isn't an ideology.
The way you're applying it, dude, to reality, yes, it is. The way you're using it to perceive reality.
I'm lost. TJump, take over. I don't know how to deal with it.
No, a methodology is just
Okay.
a system of doing things. Now, whether the methodology works or not is independent of the ideology. Like, I can think that the world is made of cheese and do trigonometry. The ideology is irrelevant. The methodology works independent. No. So that's appeal to motive fallacy. The ideology is irrelevant to the methodology. I can use the methodology regardless of what I believe about it. Like creationists can use trigonometry and it works because it works regardless of your ideology.
Creationists don't use trigonometry to prove that the Earth is, and that the moon is like so far away. The reason I say that ideology and methodology go hand in hand because you are saying this method will get you to this answer, and that's an ideology. That's you thinking that. Okay, all right. Well, hey, I'm done talking, but I'm going to listen to the conversation, and I just wanted to ask those questions. I appreciate the little conversations / debates that you're having here, and I do intend to join in more and probably be quieter.
Okay, yeah, sure. No, please don't feel compelled to go away. You're definitely welcome here to continue having a conversation. But the way trigonometry works is that it's just a mathematical relation. It works regardless of what you compare it to. It works on a piece of paper, and it works in space, and it works in large distances. It works the same way no matter what, wherever you apply it. So if you apply it to,
if you don't know how to apply that trigonometry to actual physical matter, then it's useless. The math is useless unless you know how to apply it to reality. And part of that is knowing how to apply it. That's part of what's your definition of ideology? Because you keep on telling me that it's not. Or you want me to tell you my definition, and then you can tell me yours.
Go for it.
Okay, my definition, and that's another thing about words. Like people want to be like, oh, it's not in the dictionary. It only can mean the way it says verbatim. You can only say that and nothing else. For me, what ideology means is just a way of thinking about things. That's it. To put it simply, a way of thinking about things.
Okay, based on that definition, what isn't an ideology?
What isn't an
like
ideology?
Name something that's not an ideology.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were saying, that our thoughts make up reality. Our thoughts creates reality because everything is a thought. Everything is a way of looking at reality. If you want to look at things being a certain way, then that's how you're gonna see things bad. If you're gonna be perceiving things bad, that's not how it is. But you will create problems because you're thinking a certain way. It's not hard to understand. It's like simple.
Well, based on your definition, everything is an ideology, and so it kind of loses all meaning. My definition, an ideology is a set of ideas, a way of looking at the world, which is different from a methodology. A methodology is a system of actions to instantiate something in the world. It's not a way of looking at the world. It has nothing to do with ideas or perspectives. It's completely irrelevant to that. So it doesn't matter how you look at the world if you're doing a methodology. Like everyone can do science the exact same way because it's irrelevant to what you believe. What you believe makes no difference to the science at all.
So wait, what if I, dude, that's the whole reason why creationists and what is the other one called where they believe in the black hole, the Big Bang? What is that? What are they called?
Old Earth creationists?
I don't know. Well, creationists and scientism.
Scientism.
They both, yeah, like scientism is an actual word, right?
Yeah, it is a word. It's definitely a word. But no, they're not looking at the same evidence. Like, so scientists and creationists do not use the same methodology. So they're using very different methodologies. So that's the problem.
I thought they're using different ideologies because literally we both see the same thing: all creation coming from one place. Scientists say that it's a black hole that was nothingness. Creationists say it was God.
No, the methodology is very different. So, like the scientific methodology of how we come to believe things based off of testable predictions, that is only used by science. It's not used by creationists. They don't use that at all. They make no testable predictions. If they did, then they would have a valid point. So the reason...
Wait, can you repeat that one more time a little slower?
Sure.
Because I was trying to take it in, but you went...
Sure. So science uses a methodology of testable predictions. We say, here's the evidence. We're going to look at this, and we're going to say, if this is true, then we can make a prediction into the future. And if that prediction is right, we have a good reason to believe this theory. Creationists don't do that. They do not use that methodology. They do not make predictions.
Well, sometimes they do, but they come wrong.
But then they're like, no, it's not a prediction. It didn't happen.
I kind of wait. So what verifiable evidence does science have to prove the Big Bang? Like background radiation?
Cosmic microwave radiation, the expansion rate of the universe, the amount of dark matter and dark energy, the density of the energy in the universe, the cosmological
And
constant.
that all proves that God didn't make it. That it's just something that came out of nothingness, right? That
No,
like how does that evidence point to there being no creator? Because
it doesn't.
people like to say that this world wasn't created. It's not intelligently designed. This and that, and that they try to say, you know, the law of entropy, right? They try to
Yep.
say we've been here for 1,000 millions of years and we came out of a soup of randomness, but yet how they can't even take into consideration how the law of entropy even plays a role in all of this reality. How it got started, like
That's
we can't
hilarious.
scientists.
That's hilarious.
Let me hear
hilarious.
what's up.
So
Go for it. I want to hear your point of
entropy
view.
is the
Word
second.
salad.
Entropy is the second law of thermodynamics. Everyone in physics and science knows the law of entropy. It's the scientists and the atheists who actually like came up with all of these laws. So we apply these pretty rigorously in science. There's no contradiction between entropy and the Big Bang or anything. The Big Bang does not say there is no creator. That's not what the Big Bang says. It just says that there was an event that happened 13.8 billion years ago where there was a sudden expansion of the particles in the universe. It doesn't say that everything was created from nothing. No one actually believes that. And most atheists believe that some part of nature was eternal and that our Big Bang is only like one instantiation of reality, that it wasn't the original thing. There was stuff before it. So we don't actually believe that something came from nothing. No one really believes that. We believe that there was a natural thing that's existed forever. It's kind of like how you believe God exists outside of space and time. We believe that there's a natural thing that exists outside of space and time, essentially. And
so if we're kind of coming to the same conclusions, like I don't see how you can't understand. Oh, because you said the methodology, right? But okay, I guess, dude. Even if that's what I'm saying, part of methodology is accepting. You need to accept a certain ideology, because Christians don't use the methodology of science because they don't accept the ideology. You have to have a certain ideology that comes with the methodology.
oh no. So the
I don't know how
methodology
you're disagreeing with me with that.
the methodology of science is just testable prediction. So when I imagine a unicorn in front of me, I don't see a unicorn. So there's some difference between my imagination and my experience, and we need some method to tell the difference between the two. That's it. That's all science says. I mean, would you agree with all of that?
Yeah, I do agree. I agree for sure. I feel like the big problem with this reality is it's a big contradiction. There's a lot of things that contradict each other. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What are you talking
Well,
about? Contradictions?
This reality being a big contradiction.
Oh,
Before I start talking again about the law of entropy and how this reality got started, because that's dude, it's I wanted to say one thing I've noticed with people who don't understand and they want to act smart is they do like to throw that word around, word salad, because I don't think I'm saying anything that's illogical. I'm literally responding and trying to share my point of view. But once you start talking about anything spiritual, people want to start calling you crazy. If you even in the law, this system is set up for spiritual things to be oppressed. Perfect example is, if legally speaking, if we claim to believe in any kind of entity or supernatural whatever, we're legally considered crazy. Like believing in spiritual matters is it's oppressed. This society oppresses any kind of spirit thinking in any metaphysical way.
Are you an American?
Yes, I'm in
So-
Texas.
So in America, it's not actually considered a delusion to believe in spiritual things. So you're not actually oppressed, and most of the country is religious. So it's usually atheists are more oppressed. I mean, there was a poll done about who are the least trusted people in America, and it's actually atheists are most oppressed, and atheists can't really get elected to office. So atheists are more oppressed in American society than religious people. But what was your point? You were saying Because my point was that the methodology of science is only saying we need some way to differentiate, is this an imaginary thing or a real thing? And that's all science is how do we tell if it's imaginary or
my
real?
point was just saying, once you get to a certain point of understanding how reality works, you will understand that there are a lot of things that contradict each other in this reality. And
Like what?
I mean,
What do you mean?
you didn't even address what I was saying. I literally said the law of entropy. You know how that works, right? It over time, things energy can't be contained energy always is going to be being dispersed. That you can't contain
Right.
energy in. Huh?
Could you state the law of entropy?
I'm saying it right now. I'm telling you. I'm trying to.
You're not.
It has to do with things breaking down. Like things can't. Over time, things break down. Things don't get more complicated. They break down. They lose information. They lose energy.
It's that
In a closed system. But if what you're saying
In
we're
a closed
trying-
system, what are we in right
playing
now?
snowflakes.
the second law of thermodynamics only applies to closed systems. So, for example, it means disorder increases. So, for example, the Earth is going up in order. We're gaining in order because we have a big sun that gives us energy. So we aren't actually going down in entropy. We're not going up in entropy. We're going down in entropy. So it means we're getting more organized here on Earth because we have a sun. So in the case of the universe,
And the universe is expanding.
yes.
But you know what, man? If what you're saying is true, how are you here?
Can you be more specific? I don't understand the question.
It's like, well, I mean, think about your body, how complex it is. You know, the order of it and all that. How is it here? At one time, it wasn't here, right?
Yeah.
I think he thinks
It's,
that God did it. I think
naturally occurring process.
Yeah, there we go. So sometimes you do get an increase in complexity. You started off as a egg fertilized by a sperm. Look at you now.
Yeah, dude. But you want to say evolution created this right here, and it directly contradicts.
we know.
It directly contradicts the law of entropy. Like
No,
how
it
is
doesn't.
everything?
No, it
How did
doesn't.
we get more complex when everything is supposed to just end up, becoming more
We're not
chaotic?
in a closed system. We're not in a closed system.
What? So then, what kind of system are we in? The universe isn't self-contained.
It's thermodynamically open. We're getting a huge amount of energy from the sun. So we're not in a closed, isolated system. We're in an open system in which there's a huge amount of energy being input. That energy is available to do work, which is, and by doing work, I mean increasing the complexity.
Wait, the solar system and the Earth, that's part of one system. I don't understand how you consider that a open system.
The Earth.
Yeah,
The Earth,
and
is an open. In the second law says that closed, isolated systems will tend to the availability of energy to do work decreases. However, the Earth is an open system, getting energy from the sun. Therefore, there is energy available to do work. By work, I mean chemical energy able to assemble complex molecules, complex life forms, and things like that.
he's making a comparison
universe
to the
is still expanding.
Yeah. So he's saying
Stars
that
are
the
still-
whole universe is the whole universe is a closed system, whereas we know that the universe is just our universe, not all things. So our universe is not a closed system. It's just our universe. There's stuff before our universe. There's
Who
stuff-
determined that? How do we determine that the universe isn't an enclosed system? How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, no, you're assuming it is. That's the problem. It's like, why would you assume
Well,
the universe?
I'm asking you, how did you come to that conclusion that we're here talking and having
because
throwing around
the
ideas.
universe has a beginning. We know the universe has a beginning. That's why we know it's not a
I
closed
thought you
system.
said it was an infinite thing. That's
No.
reality was
Our
infinite.
universe had a beginning. Our universe is not all things. The universe is not everything. The universe is just our universe. That's it. So the universe does not mean all things. Universe is just the space-time that we exist in, and that's it. There is stuff outside of that.
And you know how you believe in like string theory, or no? That's still a theory that you don't accept or hold to.
No,
You
I
think
don't.
all atoms are interconnected?
No, all atoms are interconnected. No, what?
No. All right.
So I don't. I'm not a string theorist. No.
Quantum field theory, and you believe in the unified field theory?
Unified field theory. Unified field theory just says that the laws of physics, like the four fundamental forces, can be unified. Yes, but that doesn't have anything to do with the origin of the universe.
Well, it does, because if you know that everything is that everything in this reality is electromagnetically like electromagnetic. This world, this universe we live in is an electromagnetic universe, and from what I understand, I could be wrong. I'm just telling you what my point of view and my understanding. Atoms are interconnected to each other. That's how. Okay. Anyways, and I'm pretty sure this is just like you said, me assuming things. I'm pretty sure I know there are more universes than this one. I'm pretty sure they're still connected, even if they're not directly touching. Everything's connected to everything.
Well, I mean, I guess in that sense, I guess you could say they're connected. Like they're not in a completely isolated universe, or like they're not in a separate dimension or something. But what does that have to do with like anything? So yes, our universe had a beginning.
We were talking about an enclosed system, and you were saying that every universe is their own enclosed systems, right? That's what you were saying, or no?
No. Our universe is not a closed system. So a closed system is just an isolated system that has no connections to any other system. So our universe is not a closed system, which means it can definitely have a beginning and not.
So the universes that the other universes that are around are somehow interacting with this one. Then, if this universe isn't enclosed, and you're saying that there's some outside interaction going on, right?
Yes.
With other universes.
That's correct.
So then you agree. That somehow this world and another world are connected somehow through some kind of way that we're unaware of, right?
Right, but that does not mean that everything is applied to the law of entropy. The entropy only applies to our universe and things that apply to our laws of physics. So if there's a different universe out there, entropy may have nothing to do with it. So it may be an open universe, which means it could be eternal, no problem.
My point in saying that was, obviously, if you're saying that this universe is connected to other universes in some way, shape, or form, then would that, if all those universes together, would that not be an enclosed system? And if you include everything within existence, even outside of this reality, all universes, if they're all interconnected, is that not one enclosed system?
No.
No? Why? See, it's your ideology. You choose to believe a certain thing, and you're just going to keep on looking at it.
So we can demonstrate in quantum mechanics that energy can come from the vacuum state. So it doesn't only apply in those states. So no, there are universes that can be eternal, that can exist eternally, no problem. So entropy is applied to a system given energy like our universe, only our universe. There could be other universes with other laws that entropy does not apply to. Entropy only applies to the stuff we currently know about, and that's it. It does not apply to absolutely everything, always, no matter what. So there could be another universe that entropy doesn't apply to.
Okay, I agree. Hey, so with all that being said, I'm going to stop talking and let someone else take the floor because I've been talking for a minute. You agree that all this reality, all these laws of matter or science that scientists gathered up over the years, do you agree that all that can change with just a simple tuning of a vibration? Like you're saying a whole nother universe could have a whole bunch of different laws of physics. Do you think that's because everything's relative, right?
No, it's because the laws of physics are determined by processes in the universe. So like they have a certain value, and the value could be more or the value could be less. It's not.
Yeah,
has nothing to do
with.
I
said everything's relative.
No, not everything is relative. No. Some things are relative. Not everything is relative. Like no, it doesn't matter
if this whole universe. Oh, okay.
Well, like it doesn't matter how many other universes are that are different ways. Our universe is still our way. It's still true. There's still one ultimate truth, which is whatever the truth is. The fact that universes can be different has nothing to do with relativism. It just means that laws can be different. Like the planet Earth has a different kind of a ecosystem than the planet Mars. Does that mean everything's relative? No, it just means they have a different ecosystem. The fact that universes can be different has nothing to do with relativism.
My point in saying that is literally the only reason why things work the way they work is because of the vibration that they're at the moment. If you change the frequency of this reality, the laws of physics work differently. Like you can't light a flame if sound is being produced. You know, if the wave, the sound, what the hell is it called? The airwaves are vibrating at a certain frequency. You're not going to be able to light a flame in oxygen because the vibration of the air. Like everything is vibrating at a certain frequency, and that's what allows the laws of physics to work the way they do. When those vibrations change, the laws of physics change, and that's what I was saying. It goes back to your mentality, the way our brain is emitting electromagnetic frequency, and we do affect reality. That's it, and that's the end of my my thesis.
So waves have nothing to do with the way physics is. It's not about vibration waves in that sense. It has nothing to do. Like maybe if you're a string theorist, that's how you see it. But most people are not string theorists. So no, our theory has nothing to do with the vibrating waves and like that at all. Like no, it's maybe if you're a string theorist, that's how it works. But
well, I mean, you're completely ignoring what I just said. I said that you cannot light a flame in air if the vibration of the air is. If the air is vibrating at a certain frequency. Do you agree or disagree with me about that?
Right, that's fluid dynamics. Yes, that's true. That has nothing to do with the law of physics.
So you don't understand that you're vibrating at a certain frequency right now. If you were vibrating at another frequency, you wouldn't even be in this universe.
Right. So I'm not vibrating at all. That's not what vibrating is. That's not how vibrating works.
What?
Okay.
So.
All right. You never seen a Flashpoint?
Flashpoint?
It's a joke. Okay, never mind. Forget it. Yeah, dude, that's how it works. But never mind.
Yeah, no, we don't vibrate. That's not how things work. There's waves.
You need to do some more research.
No, I've done all the research. I mean, I've actually talked with astrophysicists and cosmologists and physicists on my channel. Like that's not how it works. No.
Everything has a resonant frequency. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
What is a resonant frequency? Because you're acting like you don't even know what that means.
A resonant frequency is the frequency at which two things can vibrate at the same rate to cause like the glass to break when you sing at a certain vibration. But people do not vibrate. That's not a thing. Like there's no like vibration rate of particular objects like that. It doesn't happen that way. You can't like shake things in a certain way to cause particles to collapse in a way. That's not how it works. Vibrations are a result of interactions in physical particles, but it's not like a vibration is not like a fundamental part of the universe. That's not a thing.
How can you have vibrations without stuff vibrating, man?
Exactly.
Anybody else? I could jump in. I'm done talking.
I'm undecided as to whether, like the whole of the physical world has been around forever or not. I mean, I think there's evidence both ways. I'm agnostic about that. Interesting question, but I don't know, and it doesn't affect me.
So, you mean like the entire cosmos has been around forever?
Right, yeah. I'm agnostic about that.
Yeah, there could be a God, and the God could have created stuff, so it's possible that the physical world is purely made by something. It's a possibility.
I think you can have a cosmos, right, that has not been around since forever ago, that is self-contained, and
so something that caused itself, or how could the cosmos not be around forever, but still have its own unique beginning and be self-contained?
if it's been around since the beginning of time.
Oh yeah, if it's eternal, that's not a problem.
Contradiction.
So if it's eternal, that's fine. But how could it have a beginning and be eternal?
Well, not in that sense, but let's say time doesn't go forever into the past. Like, time has like a, quote unquote starting point.
Oh yeah,
And if
absolutely.
it's
There
been
could just
around
be.
since that, I mean, it's not even meaningful. I mean, the question of what happened before that's not even meaningful. So,
Well, I disagree with that statement. So I think that you can have things that are before time or outside of time, and those can definitely exist prior to the Big Bang. And I think it's a problem of language to say that what was before, but I don't think there's any actual conceptual issue there. You can
I
definitely
mean,
say that.
I think it's a contradiction to postulate things going on, prior to time.
I don't think so because there can be
If it's
different
outside of time, if
there,
it's out, oh, sorry, go ahead.
so there are different kinds of time. Like you can have there's the two-time physics from Itzelbars, and then there's the block time theory. There's lots of different kinds of time. So when you say outside of time, what we mean is outside of our known standard time in our universe, and that's it. There could always be
Okay,
other
sure.
things, like other times.
Yeah, I mean, I accept the black universe, like, things beyond that direction in this, at least four-dimensional block that we consider the past. But well, I mean, if relativity is true, what we consider the past, it's a direction of 4D block, it's towards the way where we remember stuff.
Oh,
But I mean, there's this famous clip of Stephen Hawking, and when it came out, it pissed off a lot of people because Stephen Hawking was saying that, well, the question of who created the universe makes no sense because time didn't exist before the Big Bang, right?
yeah, he was just being flippant there. That wasn't actually something that's not like a rigorous physical argument from physics. It's just he was just making a joke about how dumb it is to kind of ask that if you don't actually have a basis of physics to understand what it means to exist before our known time.
But I mean, if that view is correct, though, right, that you have the universe since the beginning of time, then he is absolutely correct. It's not even a sensible question to ask.
Well, in
TJump, can I
physics,
ask you a question?
sure, go ahead.
I'm on my phone. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Testing. Sorry. Hey, in all your research, do you have like a preference, like in terms of the way you see the trajectory of cosmological research going? Do you see like a theory that you're like leaning towards as far as unifying GTR and quantum field theory, or just asking?
No, like I mean, string theory supposedly does it, but string theory can just do anything. So, I mean, I don't.
Right.
I mean, I like the emergent space-time models. I like Sean Carroll's and Nima Arkani-Hammond's amplituhedron. Those are interesting. I mean, I don't see any reason to think any of them are more or less true. I don't see any progress being made in quantum mechanics, pretty much. But it's just interesting mathematical theories.
Do you think the research projects are just kind of like working within parameters that are kind of stale right now?
Pretty much, they're just utilizing the same old verified models and combining them in different ways, like playing with Legos. It's not really. I don't think anything new is going to happen from it until we get some kind of new kind of predictive power, which I don't know. I think we're pretty much done with that for a while in physics.
Have you looked into Eric Weinstein's proposal?
Eric Weinstein, the philosopher guy.
Yeah, he's been out of the dialogue forever. I think Sean Carroll's wife actually chastised him pretty harshly in a publication, but I think he's proposing something like geometric unity, it's called, and he's kind of trying to think outside the box at least, but he was just flogged to death for thinking outside the box.
Isn't he a biologist?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't
yeah,
he a biologist?
It's outside his area of expertise. Yeah, he admits that. He was talking to Joe Rogan about it.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. He's along with the Jordan Peterson line of thought in that culture area. So I mean, he's an interesting guy to listen to.
The intellectual dark web.
That's it. That's the one.
Right, yeah. Yeah, geometric unity, because I guess there's geometry with GTR. He's trying to make quantum field theory fit with GTR instead of putting GTR onto quantum field theory, like with loop quantum gravity and all that stuff. I don't know if you looked into that. He's at least
No, I
thinking
have
outside
not.
the box, you know. I admire that, I guess, on a certain level, even though he's been out of the dialogue for a while. But,
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I think anybody can come up with any crazy theory they want, and if it makes predictions, then they win. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter how crazy it is. If it makes predictions, you're right. So if he can pull it off, then I will concede his rightness.
or at least point the way towards setting up certain experiments where you do have unprecedented kind of predictions
Right,
with, I guess, paradigm shifts and stuff like that.
for sure.
Hey,
I
you
guess
don't
the
you don't
different stages with paradigm shifts is that when the new paradigm's presented, it's scorned at first, and they just got to get thick skin.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of going at. You don't think that's kind of like a little like it kind of halts, what is that called? Us learning stuff when you just kind of, damn it, dude. Never mind, forget it. I was trying to say something. I lost where I was going at already.
Yeah, if you're not open to new ideas, no matter how strange they might be, then it stops us from being able to learn. So you always have to be open to new ideas and open to being wrong, even if they're really crazy sounding ideas. You can't ever just dismiss anything
Yeah.
because it sounds weird to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I mentioned his brother, by the way. I think it's Brett, not Eric. My bad.
Yeah,
Brett?
yeah.
Oh, Brett's the mathematician, and Eric is the biologist.
Yeah, sorry about that. Not Eric. Brett. Brett was on Joe. I think they were both on Joe Rogan, but Brett's the guy that had geometric unity. He was proposing that. He read a paper at like
Right.
Oxford or something.
Yeah, that sounds more reasonable
Don't
because
know
I know
what that-
he's a mathematician, so he has some basis in it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what his area of expertise is in math either.
That's a good question.
I guess it doesn't matter. Anybody can come up with anything. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I remember what I was trying to say. I was trying to say something along the lines of, isn't it kind of not a good way of thinking? It's not good to think in that kind of mindset where you're like, well, show me the evidence before, I want to see the evidence before I believe anything, because before I even take into consideration it being a possibility. In opposition to like the person who, you know, you share a theory with, and then they kind of like, you know, try to formulate like some kind of their own idea, or put in their own view of things, instead of just like I said already, dogmatically regurgitating the information that they've been told their whole lives. Like I just said earlier, right now it kind of halts not production but advancement.
Yeah, right. We can't
Because,
just discount anything.
you know, you can tell somebody the truth, and if they're like if they're religious, or if they don't get, if a certain person doesn't give them the information, then they're gonna be like, oh, it's not true. I need to see it from the scientific community before I believe anything you're saying, even if it's 100% true.
Well, you need
Isn't
evidence.
that kind of not good way of thinking about? Okay, go. Sorry.
So you need evidence for something to be reasonable to believe. You should never believe something without good reason to believe it, without evidence. But you can't simply
So
say that. You can't
You're
simply
not
say.
able to hear the truth just when it's heard. You don't know the difference from a lie and the truth.
No,
Right.
you can't just hear the.
Well, there's that analogy of when the clock is dead on the, like, it's still possible to look at it, and there's a really small probability that it might actually be the right time, but you can't actually reasonably think it's that time because you know the clock is dead. You know, like, there's a difference. Like, yeah, you can really randomly stumble accidentally on true beliefs, but that doesn't actually mean that you are justified in believing those true beliefs.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not saying randomly. Having a conscious, like,
You just have to
having
believe in every proposition, and then you'll believe all the true ones.
Believe every proposition.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, my phone's gonna die right now, so I'm gonna just say I'll be watching you on YouTube live stream. But yeah, my phone's dead. So yeah.
All right. Talk to you later.
I try to be honest and realistic, right? I mean, so sometimes, you know, there will be this idea, and you know, a person, you know, throws some fact or some argument that, you know, I mean, might not be compelling, but, you know, as far as I can tell, makes that idea, raises the probability of that idea.
Right, but his like fundamental point is that we can't just say you're wrong even if you don't have evidence, because what you're saying, they could be right, they could have the truth, but it's not reasonable to believe them until we actually provide reason. So we can't just say that you're wrong because you don't have evidence, but we can say it's unsupported to believe you because you don't have evidence.
Yeah, it's also improper to like negate without justification
Right.
as well.
Tom, do you agree that sometimes absence of evidence is evidence of absence?
Yeah. So if you specifically say I am holding a teapot, but there is no evidence that I'm holding a teapot, well, that's pretty good reason to believe I'm not holding a teapot.
Yeah, it really depends on the question, like for sure.
No, I agree. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. It depends on what the idea predicts, right?
Yep.
Like which one would expect to find if it's true.
Yeah, like if I make a positive claim that there will be evidence in this one spot, and there is not evidence in that one spot, well, then that's evidence that my conclusion is false. So that's evidence against my hypothesis.
Yeah, there'd be a difference between saying there's no elephants in my car and there's no police in my car.
Yep.
Oh, could I ask you a question on that Sean Carroll theory real quick? Emergent space-time?
Sure.
What is the ontology of that which space-time emerges from? Did they get into that?
I'm not as familiar with Sean Carroll's, but I know the Nima Arkani Hamad says that he calls it the amplituhedron. It's kind of like a particle, and it exists before space-time, and space-time emerges from the interactions with that particle. So Sean Carroll's I'm not sure about, but I do know... Go ahead.
Is that related to E8? Is that related to E8?
I have no idea.
The supersymmetry group. There's a theory about the supersymmetry group. It's an abelian group called E8, and there's some videos about it out there.
Oh, cool! I'll check that out.
Our universe, or is it prior to like the mother universe that encompasses all the universe?
Just ours. It's just the next stage in what we're discovering. It's not fundamental. Like nothing in science is ever the fundamental thing. It's always, this is just the next thing we can think about.
But it could conceivably apply, maybe, if the what's that principle? The Vilenkin.
Guth-Vilenkin?
Guth. What's the third guy's name?
Guth-Vilenkin?
Board. Oh, the PVG theorem. Like, if the mother universe were expanding, could that theory, I guess, apply to just prior to the expansion of the mother universe, maybe?
So the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theorem only applies to universes that have a specific kind of a geometry. And so any kind of universe that has a geometry that it applies to. But it may not apply to anything else. So Sean Carroll argues it doesn't apply to his emergent model or like a bunch of other ones he's also shown in his like debate with William Lane Craig. And he actually made a website showing all the different models that it doesn't apply to because they don't have that geometry. So the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theorem only applies to the mother universe if the mother universe has that geometry, because it applies to anything that has that geometry, and that's it.
Is it true that an expanding universe implies only a certain kind of geometry, or?
It implies a certain kind of geometry for now, but it could have changed over time, so we don't know.
Because I think the language they use is geodesically incomplete, right?
Yep. Because a geodesic is how to measure the distance between 2 points on a curved surface.
Yeah, it's like the path traced out by a photon or something.
Yep. But in that case, it's the curvature of space-time. In the case of physics, it's the curvature of space-time.
Right. So the ontology of it prior to our particular universe, does it have what properties does it have? Like, is it causally related to that which emerges out of it, or?
Well, yeah, it causes space and time to emerge, so it's definitely causally related. But I kind of stopped reading because it went way over my head into the deep math stuff.
Right,
so I was like,
there's a lot of
okay.
mathematical equations in those.
Yep. I don't know these symbols, so I'm going to stop now.
But honestly, though, like, okay, maybe the space-time that we know of emerged from something else, but it's like, how could that something that not have some kind of space-time of its own?
Well, it would. It would just be called something different. Because when we talk about space-time, we're talking about the thing measured in general and special relativity. So whatever came before it would have something that we would probably refer to as time, but it wouldn't have time as in the kind that we have in our universe, because that definitely had a beginning.
Hey, you gotta have. Well, I mean, okay, but you gotta have some kind of time for things to emerge, right?
Well, that's the part. The thing about time is that there's the philosophical concept of time, which is just anything that transitions to anything else in two different frames of reference. And there's the physical time, is in general relativity, where time is literally a physical thing in the universe, like a particle that exists in our universe. So the physical kind of thing of time is definitely not prior to the Big Bang, because it's only in our universe. But there would be a philosophical kind. We probably shouldn't call it time, because in physics, time just refers to that thing that's in our universe, the physical thing.
Got
And
it.
you could interpret the transition phase like tensely or tense in a tense way, I guess. Sorry, Brenda.
Yeah, I enjoy when I talk to flat earthers, I tell them that time is a physical property of the universe in that physical sense that Tom just said, and their brains explode.
Brenda, why do you talk to flat earthers?
Because it's funny as hell. It's funny.
Brenda's a masochist who just enjoys the pain.
I have to sharpen my rhetoric, because some of them get fairly sophisticated in their denialism.
Oh,
So
that's-
it helps me sharpen up a little bit.
I'll just appeal to your authority.
It is interesting to me that it has parallels with creationism and other things.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh, by the way, Tom, I posted a link to E8. E8 is a theory proposed by Garrett Lisi, who's the surfer dude. He surfs all time, but he's a theoretical physicist.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard of
His
him.
theory is that it's an 8-dimensional abelian group that in group theory that accounts for all particles.
Are they spatial dimensions or?
I don't really understand it. It's probably not true, but
I was just wondering if there is a causal relation between the emergence of classical space-time and whatever concept of space-time applies to the thing that came before it. If you endorse like a temporal theory of causation or a causal theory of time, I wonder if you can still kind of have the nature of time applied to the emergent process and that which emerges from whatever came before.
yeah.
Well, that's
Well, Tom was briefly mentioning that there's a philosophical notion of time, and then time as physicists use it.
exactly. So when you talk about time, we're only talking about the physical thing in our universe. That's it. So when you refer to a different kind of a system causing change, it's just not time. It would be something else. We wouldn't be able to use the word time to describe it, because time only applies to the physical stuff in our universe. But there is something else that does exactly what time does in the philosophical sense, and is going to exist prior to the Big Bang, but it's just not time, because time is only the physical thing that exists described in general and special relativity.
I wonder if we could just keep the word and just use different adjectival kind of descriptions like what we do with nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Specific nothingness, philosophical nothingness.
And
all that
universe, because the universe is like just used to be used as everything, and now it's just our universe. And atom, which used to be the smallest constituent part, and now it's just the protons and neutrons and electrons combined together. Language changes a lot in science like that.
stuff. Are you a realist, TJump?
A what?
Are you like a scientific realist or?
Yes, I tend to lean towards realism.
Okay.
Have you ever talked to Lawrence Krauss, Tom?
Only by email.
Oh,
Me too.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
I've thought about
Yeah,
having
he
him on.
fell on hard.
I like his Twitter picture.
What was that, Brenda? He fell on hard times?
Yeah, he had some accusations about some harassment.
Oh, I thought that was Lawrence Krauss.
Well, that was also Neil deGrasse
That's what I
Tyson.
said. Well, a number of them.
Yeah.
With the tattoo conversations.
I didn't look into it.
Me neither. I'm not really interested in that kind of stuff. I leave it up to the innocent until proven guilty. That's kind of just my ultimate stance on everything.
I think that it would be interesting for you two to talk, because it would just Neil deGrasse Tyson would be interesting if you could get him, or get on his show, his podcast. That would probably be better for you to get on his podcast, because then you'd get exposure to that audience.
No, TJump needs to go on Joe Rogan's show.
Yeah, I would like that.
That's not going to happen, though. You're not big enough for that.
I don't think I'm big enough for Neil deGrasse Tyson show either. But
I saw TJump's tweet to Kanye West. I thought it was epic.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. Get Kanye on my show. Oh man, that'd be just as good as like Donald Trump.
That would help your channel, though.
For sure. Yeah, I sent Kanye a tweet, so asking him to come on my show, because that would help my channel a lot.
Kanye would bring on Joel Osteen with him.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some cases where it's absolutely true. There's no such thing as bad press, right? So getting a major star like Conway or some big stuff, it doesn't matter what happens, just the fact.
Yeah, and the more decisive, the better. So the worse it goes, the more views it's going to get if you get someone big like that.
I don't think Kanye would... Wait, did you say Kanye?
Yeah, Kanye West.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, that... If you opened up a conversation, like a philosophical conversation with him, I'm pretty sure, like, either him or his, like, agents would just be like, stop, no, he don't want to talk about that.
Oh, no, Kanye gets into those kind of silly conversations all the time. Like, there's one where he's just going into this diatribe about philosophy on, I forgot, like TMZ or something, where he's, like, in TMZ, and he, like, storms out, gets into this big argument, just recorded on conversation. Kanye does all kinds of crazy crap like that. He's not restricted to good publicity, that's for sure.
Maybe you actually could get him on. And he's into this. He's got religion.
Yeah, he said he wanted to talk to atheists. That's why I sent him a tweet. I was like, "Hey, I'm an atheist. Come talk to me."
That's hilarious. Yeah. I have seen one instance where he was talking, like in a political interview, and like I don't know if they were friends or agents, but just people looking out for him. They actually like told him on set, like, you shouldn't talk about that because you don't know what you're talking about. And he was like, okay, I feel it. Yeah, that would be really fun. That would be a fun episode.
I'd love to have Donald Trump on too. That would be so much fun.
Ooh, that's not. Well, maybe you can interview him when he's in jail.
Okay.
I'm going to take off, Tom. It's been nice hanging.
Yeah, nice to talk with you again, Brenda. I'll talk to you later.
Hey, TJump, do you make a distinction between moral realism and moral objectivity?
You cut out moral realism and what?
Moral objective.
No, I use them as being the same thing.
See, I was reading a book the other day, and they distinguished them. They were saying moral objectivism is the thesis that moral propositions have truth value, and that moral realism is an ontological thesis that true moral propositions correspond to like entities or something, like queer entities, like what Mackie was saying or something.
Well, what do they mean by true?
And it sounded like you were kind of leaning towards that when you were bringing up the perfect triangle that you don't think exists. So it sounds like you're a moral objectivist without being a moral realist.
Well, I think in most philosophical cases, they usually mean the same thing. Because for a statement to be true, what it means is like it corresponds to something in reality, even if it's not necessarily like an existing particle or something. So it can still be true and be the same thing. So moral realism and moral objectivism aren't exclusive in that sense.
Maybe there's a guy I really like. His name's Jody Azuni. He's got a book called Deflating Existential Consequence, where he actually deflates singular reference and truth. And so he actually has this philosophy according to which you can have these true metaphysical propositions, moral, metaphysical, whatever, and they don't actually refer to like Platonic or Aristotelian essences or anything like that. I thought it was pretty intriguing.
What does he mean by true? How does he define true?
The same way the deflationists do. They actually deflate it. And actually Tarski's theory of truth is a kind of deflationary theory. I've heard you mention that. I think that's good. One strategy is just to use that disquotational principle and then provide some kind of analysis. Like, you don't necessarily have to be a fictionalist where you think the propositions are false. You could be like a figuralist or endorse like neutral theory with regard to the existential quantifier. So you can neutralize the existential quantifier and get rid of existential generalization and keep the proposition's truth without referring to anything. You don't have to be like a truth maker theorist or anything like that. There's like all these different little anti-realist options I thought were really interesting.
Yeah, I've heard of them. I don't understand them. So I have no idea, like, how's that even true then? But.
Right, yeah.
Philosophers will debate anything.
Yep. It's because it's what they're paid to do, so.
Like they come up with all sorts of ideas, like reasonable and insane ones, and they'll debate them all.
Yep.
Yeah, philosophers would say, "Is it true that philosophers will debate anything?"
Oh God, that's more of like a pre-supper thing. It's not, most philosophers don't try to use that. That's a pre-supper answer.
I am willing to defend that proposition.
Right.
There's also free logic too, where you don't necessarily have to. It depends on the context, but you don't necessarily have to ontologically commit yourself to the objects of the reference of your predicates or a robust kind of ontological interpretation of the existential quantifier. It's called quantifier varies, where it just varies with the context. And I don't know, it could probably be helpful with your analogy with the perfect triangle that you don't think exists, even though there are objectively true or false moral propositions. I think that'd be a cool distinction to have.
Maybe I'd have to look into it and try and understand it, and then try to apply it.
They're definitely in the majority. The Platonists are kind of going away now. I mean, there's heavyweight Platonism and lightweight Platonism. I think a lot of people are lightweight Platonists now, and they just construe the objects of singular reference in terms of semantic objects instead of like robust Platonic entities or whatever. But a lot of people are anti-realists now, and they don't jettison the existential quantifier. They just disagree with the way Quine had originally formulated it.
Right. So the same way, because I'm not a Platonist, I just use that as an example to say that objects can exist. So my goal is to say that, like, it can still be, you can have objective relations without them actually existing, and like, especially not in a Platonic sense.
Yeah, that's you'd agree with some of the axioms that Jody Azuni endorses in order to deflate existential consequence, but they keep truth, and they like Tarski. So I think you like Tarski too. You make truth a property of sentences.
Yeah, the semantic theory of truth.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, I mean, what would it mean if I said my chair is true?
It's got to be like a proposition. So your chair is hard or something. Well, hard is weird because that's
ambiguous.
That's a vague predicate. So you need like tri-valued logic, indefinite, true and false.
My chair exists.
The chair is 2 feet away from me or something like that. Or exists. Yeah, that's a good one.
But anyway, my stance on Platonism is this: your mind is a world of forms, in of itself.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, like
it has to do.
The only place that I know of where concepts exist is in the minds of people. I don't need to appeal to this abstract, transcendent.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, I agree. I don't think that Platonism is actually true, or there are these like actual shapes that exist in some kind of metaphysical superspace. It's kind of a weird idea.
You know, and a person can conceive of a concept and then play around with that concept to see, like, you know, what logically follows from.
We'd have to go back and read like Frege and what he had to say, because I think he critiqued like psychologism, which made concept a product of human intellection. But it's been a while since I read that.
I'm curious, like, just because this is one of my dark spots, I guess, like things that I haven't really investigated much into. Like, how specifically would you guys define Platonism? Like, if somebody were to say, "I'm a Platonist," what would that entail for you?
Damn it. I'd say that they believe in like, depends on what kind of Platonism, but I'd say they believe in like actually existing abstract objects where there's this thing, there's this perfect
Right.
form that actually exists somewhere in reality.
Yeah.
It's basically the idea that there are these objects that are causally effete. Because all the other criteria has been challenged, like outside space and time has been challenged. Like some people think that an abstract object is like the equator, but I can step over the equator, or like the center of mass or stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have causal powers. I think that's the sufficient condition for abstract objects.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why I've never tried with Platonism, because like when you try to think of like Platonic objects from like our modern like mindset, it's like you're asking, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what would this be as an object, like in the terms of Platonic numbers and forms and things? It's like, what would it be if not just our description of matter and things? You know, like yeah, it's never been attractive to me, basically.
This is why people deflate existential consequence, though. So they'll go to like mathematical propositions, like 1 + 1 = 2. Why is that true? Because the numbers actually refer to 1 and 2 and all that stuff. So that's like one of the main motivations for why they want to deflate singular reference and existential quantification. They don't want to be committed to all that stuff. And even Quine wanted to keep, I think it was numbers, if I remember right, because they were implied by our best scientific theories. But he was lurking in the back of his strategies was this idea that in order for a proposition to be true, it needs to actually refer to entities, and that you're committed to the entities that are quantified over by the variables in the existential quantifier. But people have since, messed with and tweaked with that quantifier such that that's not a necessary implication. But
Right. Okay.
I recommend John Searle. I love his take on these issues. Check out his videos. There's a few of them on Closer to Truth.
Let me write that down. You said John. What?
John Searle. SEAR.
LE.
look up his debate with Derrida. It's awesome.
I love that guy, man. You know, he comes up as a no-nonsense kind of philosopher.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Well, Searle responded to Derrida's postmodernism or whatever, and Derrida responds by talking about like the font that Searle uses in his response and the spacing between the words and the border of the journal. It's just like, what are you talking about, man?
Kind of off topic here. Has anybody ever gone too far into Hector Garcia's writing?
I have not.
Okay. I feel like he's just like, for anybody who's interested in the religion stuff. He's a really fun psychologist and / anthropologist kind of person. And he just goes into different, basically a lot of the inherent traits in religion that are demonstrated universally throughout cultures and even other mammalian species and stuff like that. So yeah, I guess a topic for another time, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely the origin of religion and social interactions is definitely an interesting one, because there's lots of similarities between what primates do and how religion formed.
Yeah, and religion and politics and things. Like just for, I guess, like a sample taste, one of the concepts that he writes about in the book Alpha God is the distinctions between like up and down that our cultures have and our religions have and our politics have and things like that. Obviously there's no real inherent meaning in altitude, but we think of up and down terms in a very specific, like emotional way. Like I'm feeling down, or like top of the morning to you, or like this is the highest grade quality. There's no inherent meaning in altitude, of course, but that's
Sounds like
basically.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's basically why people bow their heads and like close their eyes, like in terms of prayer and reverence, because like when you're dealing in alpha primate societies, you're not supposed to like visually look directly into the eye of the alpha too often, unless you're doing certain social cues, and you're supposed to reduce your body to be less threatening and different things like that. And it basically goes over all the science that's been done on all these different types of behaviors, and like the reason why Yahweh and other Quetzalcoatl and all kinds of deities are just such dicks all the time, and they're very obsessed with reproduction and things like that. It's really fascinating stuff.
Is that
Yeah.
why I had to salute my superior officer in the military?
I'm sorry, what?
Is that why I had to salute my superior officer in the military?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, even motions like that and hats.
Because I was definitely more of an alpha than my supervisor.
Yeah, one of the things he writes about is making your head bigger and having facial hair and divine artwork where there's like halos and chieftain headwear and different things like that.
That's why Calvinists grow beards.
Quite possibly.
So I have a question. Could you elaborate more on your opinion on oscillating universe theory?
Oscillating universe theory is like the cyclic model, like Neil Turek's model, where the universe grows and then collapses and then grows and then collapses, essentially inevitably forever. I think it's an interesting theory. I think it's a possibility. I don't think it's any more or less reasonable than like the multiverse theory or string theory or any of the other ones where there's just stuff forever. And Neil Turek's model specifically says that like dark energy could reverse at some point, because we know gravity reversed. Gravity used to be repulsive in the early universe, like Guth's early universe inflation model. And so Neil Turek has a theory where dark energy reverses, and its current expansion of the universe will cause it to contract, and everything will come back to a big crunch. And then it'll all start over again, and that's essentially the oscillating cyclic universe model. It's an interesting theory.
Didn't George Lemaitre conceive of that?
George Lemaitre conceived of the Big Bang. I don't know if he did about the cyclic universe also, or the oscillating universe.
I know for a fact he made an analogy between the oscillating universe and the.
It's definitely possible. I don't know. I do not know who the person who came up with it first is. Probably some ancient religion 3,000 years ago came up with it first. I think Hinduism actually has an oscillating theory in it where the Brahmin has a dream and we're all in the dream, and then he wakes up and then he goes back into a dream state, I think. So I think that might be one of the older versions of the cyclic universe.
Do you think there are endless parallel universes? I don't remember the technical term for that.
The many worlds hypothesis? No, I don't like the many worlds hypothesis. I prefer the multiverse. The many worlds is strange. The multiple dimensions thing is weird for me. I don't really like it.
I personally think there are. Like, infinite universes having the whole oscillating cyclic theory.
It's a cool theory. It's no more unlikely than all the other physical theories of the origin of everything. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's better than the God theory, that's for sure.
I was talking to some guy who gave me an inductive, it was like a neat inductive argument for the multiverse, and I thought that there was something.
Wait, an inductive argument for the multiverse? How do you get an inductive argument with one universe?
Sorry, that's a good question, but his argument was like, okay, so here in the universe, like, okay, so there's like plenty of things in the universe, but there's also plenty of things in our universe where if you have one, there's several others out there, and there are several others like it out there, and I was like, yeah, I mean that's actually a good point. So he made the inference. Well, I mean, is it that crazy to postulate there being other universes? They might be slightly different or whatnot.
I wouldn't necessarily support that, but at the same time, it's kind of a funny just thing that you don't usually think. Yeah, there's usually a multiplicity of items that we can observe, but yeah, I don't know how that relates to the universe itself.
But it seems like a cogent and strong inductive argument.
I'm not so sure about that. Because are there multiples of you?
Oh, I mean, that there's other humans.
No. Specifically, just you. Like multiples of you personally.
You mean like a parallel you, where one has red hair instead of
Not like an
blonde or whatever?
exact copy.
Well, not that I'm aware of.
No, I think Tom was basically saying that even though we see approximate multiplicities of items, it could be an argument made that there is actually no one single wholly different thing. Yeah, there are different species and things like that, but there's not different versions of a lot of things like individual.
Right, so it's where do we draw the line of what qualifies as a thing that we should consider having multiplicities of? Because we wouldn't consider everything having multiplicities of, only certain classes of things. And would we consider the universe of the class of things that should be considered of having a multiplicity or not? And based on that argument, it seems like, well, we should consider everything as having a multiplicity. Since we see some things as having lots of them, well, then everything should have lots of it, right? So it doesn't seem like a very strong argument, because you could just apply it to literally anything, including things that may not have a multiplicity.
If it's a class, it has more things, right?
Like things that don't exist?
I talked to him about it, right? And we were discussing how, that there are things in the universe where, yeah, there's other stuff like it that are basically identical. But there's also plenty of other things in the universe where there's other stuff like it, but, I mean, there are differences, right? So, I mean, there's other human beings. We're not clones of each other, but
yeah, it's interesting, but yeah, I think it's partially half-baked because it's taking a quantifier and applying it to more things than we should be, basically.
Yeah, it's so vague. What couldn't you apply it to?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have an example of something that breaks this rule, though?
Me. There is no multiplicity of me's. There's only one me.
Yeah, or for instance, let's say the universe. Any given point in time, there's no exact same spatial and time moment of that thing. So, that's one thing that is not, there's not every single given moment in space and time, there's only one of those specific things that we know about. So that...
Okay. No, that's fair enough, I guess. Because, if that wasn't the case, then I mean, I guess there wouldn't be any change going on.
Exactly.
Yeah, personally, I just like I'm similarly just attracted to the emergent space-time theories of physics, just because it basically just because of its argumentative power in philosophy and theology. Like, it's just really annoying when apologists use some physical theories like that there's nothing outside of space and time and things like that in order to argue for deities, and with different with the variety of theories in the way that physics has evolved, like it's just better to know those things so that you can cast some uncertainty onto their philosophies, and make sure that they aren't arguments from ignorance and things like that, which they
Totally are. They totally are. Yeah. So that's one of my things too, is that I really like the arguments because they just debunk the religious stuff, and that's really, I find that more interesting than whether or not they're actually true, because I have no idea like what's actually gonna be the cause of the origin of everything. Who knows? But
Right.
the utility of the theories in countering religious apologetics is absolutely gorgeous, because we can make stuff up just like they make stuff up, but they're going to be like, oh, well, there's no evidence for that. Well, that's not a scientific theory. So we can actually present a scientific theory and show that we can scientifically make stuff up just like you do.
Right. But even in a better way, because like you've mentioned, like we're using like understood variations of physics that we can demonstrate, opposed to using
Made up
um
properties that have no basis in reality.
yeah.
Like what particular things from religious stuff that bothers? And sorry, I have like social anxiety.
Don't worry
Kind
about
of
it. Take your
speech
time.
Same
problems.
here, dude. So
Like, what about it? Because you guys were like complaining about apologists.
bagging on. Basically, they use an amount of letters like Yahweh or God or something like that, and then they say, okay, this amount of letters can do this thing. Like, so I'm gonna posit it as an explanation for something. So like, if we don't know how the universe was originated in its earliest form, they can say, okay, well, I'm gonna call Yahweh this thing that can cause the universe to originate in its original form. And so what's better about science is that like we don't just like kind of in that sense assign an ability to letters that that we don't know anything about, so physicists use what we understand about like atoms, molecules, and chemistry and all kinds of different things in order to form theories where it's not just ad hoc. Like, do you know what ad hoc means?
No, sorry.
It basically just means like it would be best if I looked up a definition, but it basically just means like positing an explanation for something for no justifiable reason.
Explaining away an inconsistency. Adding
I
a property
get
to
it.
explain away an inconsistency.
Right.
I, I I object to these people positing, minds without physical bodies to explain anything.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, I get it. I get it. I just don't watch any of those types of people. More like someone who just reads stuff on my own time.
yeah, it's usually good not to watch their stuff. Usually, you only do it if you're going to be like an apologist or someone who wants to debunk apologists. Those are the only people who actually watch apologists.
There's this premise that a lot of theists use, especially the ones who use design arguments, where it's like, where there is order and or complexity, there's mind behind it.
Yep.
Which,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell from reality, we have examples of order and or complexity coming from minds, but also coming from non-minds.
Well, no, it's so funny because like complexity literally means like this is kind of difficult for me to cognate. Like complexity is our version of saying this is kind of confusing to us. So like that, if our brains were like 1,000 more percent like efficient, then like really things that we think are complex would be not complex. So it's basically like this is kind of confusing to me. There, and I have a brain, so the world must have a brain or some shit like that. It's just not that clear.
Yeah, they use a little more sophisticated version where they say that we don't know of any natural process that can do this. And so any natural process we know of, it's so unlikely that it could happen, therefore it must have been done by a non-natural process. That's essentially their argument.
Well, I mean, but we do have plenty of examples, so natural processes that do these things.
Oh, but they specifically like cater their definition to things that we can't explain, like the origin of life or how DNA came about. Nothing else counts as complexity. Everything else is not complexity. It's not true complexity. So we don't see it in life because it's not the true kind of complexity that we're talking about.
I used to appeal to things like crystals, or planets, solar systems, whatever. But then I was like, you know what? There's an even better example. There's you. Like, yeah, man. If you think about it, how your body, your whole body came to be. Fuck, that was a natural process right there. Who designed you?
Well, they just say that's not a natural process. God did it.
So they don't believe at all that evolution's completely trial and error. Just living long enough to breed.
I mean, forget evolution for a moment. Like, how does each human being come up?
Well, they specifically think a God designed you. A God literally built you. That's what they think.
Well, and it really depends. It really depends on like who they is. Like, I mean, there are obviously like a lot of old Earth creationists that think that evolution exists, even though it was like altered by like some supernatural events and things like that. And then there's also even pantheist Christians, like who just basically are as close as you could get to naturalism and perennialism. Like, and then it really depends on who they are. Like when we say that.
Right, but most theists, when we're talking about they as in Christians, think that God either deliberately made us without evolution or made evolution and then guided it to make us specifically. Right. So they think that it's not a random process that did it. They think it's specifically a God designer who made this happen with his hands, his magical hands.
And what a superfluous but also absurd hypothesis.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, superfluous because, okay, we have these, these models, these mechanisms that, do a good enough job of explaining it. What explanatory power does adding this entity add? But again, it's a they think of freaking.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going? Who is this?
It's a cool guy.
Somebody just said hello, right?
So what I believe in is that there's endless parallel universes and they're all subjugating to the whole oscillating cyclic theory. So I think one universe eventually dies, Big Bang happens all over again, creating more multiple universes that are just endlessly repeating the cycle. That's what I think.
That's cool.
That would be cool. That would be cool, especially if it was in terms of like how DC Universe portrayed it, because I would very much like to think in one universe I'm Batman. That would be very
cool. Yeah, the more wilder part I believe in that people have disagreed with me on, which is fine, is that I think if you go far, it branches out far enough to the point things that would be considered fictional would exist in that universe.
Yeah, that's a part of
That's what I think.
multiverse. They think that too. Like you can definitely have a lot of things that would seem fictional to us that still exist. So it's definitely a possibility.
Even things in this universe seem many things. Right?
Yep. Like quantum mechanics seems totally unrealistic.
I watched Doctor Strange too.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, who's this?
When you said there was something strange about quantum mechanics, are you meaning the part where observing it changes the result? Because that always was the most wildest thing to me.
Yeah, that one, and entanglement, where things can change based off of how they're measured in one space, faster than the speed of light, like infinitely far away. They can completely change, or how particles can be both waves and particles at the same time. How probability and chance seem to be like an actual fundamental part of the reality and not just a measurement of ignorance. There's lots of really weird stuff in quantum mechanics. How time and space can become emergent from other things that aren't time and space. Quantum mechanics is really strange.
Yeah, I find that quantum mechanics really, really fascinating just because of that fact alone, the one where the results change just by viewing.
Yep.
Was Einstein being unreasonable by, almost rejecting this stuff, or at least, finding it impossible? Because I don't think so. I think Einstein was being reasonable, but he
For rejecting what?
rejecting things like entanglement or superposition, right?
Oh no, he definitely wasn't being unreasonable. Like his interpretation was a real interpretation.
I think sorry, I think it's just what people think at those times is with the tools and the information present at that time.
If I lived 2 centuries ago and somebody came along and told me about entanglement, like, oh my god, like you can observe a particle on this side of the universe and, measure, and it's going to affect another particle that's somehow attached to it in a certain way, in a weird way, instantaneously, I'd be like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's Clark's third law, or I think, where it says that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So if you go like 500 years into the future, anything we can do technologically, if we tell it to the people 500 years in the past, they'll think it's magic. It's just ridiculous. Like, what are you even talking about? That's totally impossible.
Oh my god, yes, I love that statement. It's my favorite.
Well, think about it in terms like our telephones are basically magical mirrors. Like, if you were to tell somebody that, a substantial amount of time ago, that I can talk to you at 3,000 miles away, they would be like, that's so stupid, that's impossible.
Yep.
Yeah, or even if you were to tell some people that, like, people that live in Australia are, like, underneath you, they would be like, that sounds very stupid. Like, it's just how information changes.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, I'm back. I was cool, guy. I wanted to ask a couple of other questions about dimensions and scientific stuff that's been going on, research.
Sure.
And have you heard about they said that they've been doing some experiments with some quantum physics with mirrors. They've been doing some research with mirrors and seeing that certain particles in the quantum state react differently in a mirror than they do in reality. Have you heard about that research? I forgot the name of the guys who were doing that.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Mirrors. You mean like a visual mirror, like a thing we look into?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, actual mirror. I need to look it up.
That really strikes me as strange.
Yeah, because mirrors
sorry, Tom.
reflect photons, so it probably wouldn't do anything to things on the quantum level. Unless they have like a quantum mirror. I've never heard of a quantum mirror like that, except for like in experiments they use certain kinds of lenses. Don't know about mirrors.
And mirrors.
Like,
Yeah.
like you do the double slit experiment, right? And there's like a mirror in the room. And okay, so yeah, they go through the slit. It creates the diffraction interference pattern, but when you look at the mirror, there's like 2 slits there. That's what I was thinking when this guy talked about mirrors.
Well, yeah, because
you know,
there are mirrors that like physicists use, like even in really, really good lasers and telescopes and shit. I mean, mirrors can be really, really finely calibrated to accurately, demonstrate like physical information in that way. So when it's said that there was an experiment done with a mirror, that I didn't really understand what the whole thing was like.
Well, he said quantum mechanics.
They're looking at atoms in the quantum level, and they're doing something with mirrors. I need to look up the exact thing. I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna look up the research. Like, I don't know that they did for it. Okay,
if you're gonna research quantum mechanics, honestly, man, you got to be super skeptical, especially when it comes to quantum mechanics. Because do you have any idea how many people write bullshit?
Well, that's how I feel about all science, really. That's really how I feel about all science. It's just meant to control people, and there's little truths in there, but a lot of it's a lot of bullshit, like most religions.
Well, I mean, I agree with the last part you said there, most religions, but science is like, I don't know why you think science is wrong.
I agreed with you that it's a belief system.
Science isn't bullshit.
Science
isn't a belief system. Science is a methodology.
The only other person that I've ever heard this say something truth, basically anything that comes out of academia, what ideas are properly monetarily funded, and I thought, I mean, that was just the strangest idea that's so not true in so many different ways.
Well, yeah, we know that science works because science is used by all the different countries and all the different organizations and everybody around the world, and you can just use it anywhere and it works the same everywhere and get the same results. And we use it to do things, to build stuff, to design things, and whichever things work are the things that we call science, and if it doesn't work, then we get rid of it. It's not science anymore. So we can trust in science working because everybody who doesn't like each other all uses the same science. I mean, if science was just subjective and it was made up by people who were lying and trying to deceive you, then every different country would have a different kind of a science that were trying to deceive you in a different way to show that they were the best. But science doesn't work that way. Science is just, we know it works in reality because everybody acknowledges it.
Didn't you just say you gotta be skeptical when it comes to researching scientific whatever because there's a lot of bullshit? You just said that, now you're contradicting yourself.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like, you need to be real careful when you're reaching quantum physics because they like to throw a lot of bullshit out there.
Somebody did just say that.
Okay, yeah,
And it's true, man. Like, for some
Deepak
reason,
Chopra, right?
It is true.
For some reason, when it comes to quantum mechanics, every fucking quack, will pretend he's an expert and writes.
And gravity is a theory, and there's a couple of other things that the host was saying that are all theories that people take as facts.
Theories are the highest thing in science. Facts and laws are lower than theories. Theories are as high as it gets. So theories.
Okay, hey, if you.
What?
That's what you want to go with. Go for it. That's fine.
Well, no, that's just how they're. This is what it means to be like a theory is a combination of facts and laws. It's a collaboration of all of the things put together. It's not just like facts and laws are small things, and a theory is built by facts and laws.
Theories. Which one's the one where it's based on your own opinion? Isn't theories like
hypothesis?
Yeah, hypothesis.
No, isn't it subjective?
No, a theory is built on facts and laws, so that's not subjective. Hypothesis is subjective.
A hypothesis is just a guess without justification, right?
Essentially, it's just an unverified theory, essentially.
Most people use that word in a certain way, but in the science community, when scientists talk about theory, they usually mean something else, which is a well-substantiated model that explains that whole.
Isn't a theory an explanation of facts and laws?
Yeah, but I mean, not all explanations are like robust as so.
It's got to be well substantiated, right? It's got to have made predictions that were confirmed by experiments or.
Well, for example, some theories are just combinations of principles, particles, and laws in physics. It's only a hypothesis if you're like adding something new which hasn't been verified yet, and then it becomes a hypothesis. But if it's just a combination of things, you can still call it a theory, but it's not a well-verified theory or well-supported like evolution. But it's still a combination of all just principles, particles, laws, and facts in physics. That's what a theory is, even if the combination itself hasn't been verified.
When a conspiracy is thrown in, then you're just completely crazy for theorizing, right?
No, it'd just be a hypothesis, just like any other. So you wouldn't be considered crazy at all. It's not. It's only crazy if you like reject well-supported evidence. But if it's just a hypothesis.
I said when you start bringing conspiracies into play, into this conversation or whatever you want to call it, reality, because in reality there are a lot of people manipulating a lot of people, if you want to believe it or not. And once people start focusing. What?
I'm more sympathetic to some than others. Like, I'm convinced, man, that the Sphinx. I'm convinced that the Sphinx is at least 7,000 years old. But I mean, are there reptilians running the world? No, I don't think so. But
yeah, I'm not talking about aliens. I'm talking about people manipulating people. To put it simply, whenever people start talking about manipulation, those that are manipulating or being manipulated, they blow the conversation way out of the water. Like they try to go to one extreme to the other, and I would just want to say to the lizard people thing. Do you know? You don't think that with genetic engineering, the genetic engineering CRISPR, like the technology that is being advanced, you don't think some of that stuff that was crazy theories is becoming actually possible things that we can do, like create a human hybrid? You know that's possible now, right?
Well, it's not possible yet. We don't have that technology, but it is technically possible in the future. But we don't like if we were going to combine ourselves with animals, it wouldn't be lizards. There's better things to combine ourselves with.
That's my point.
And
that's not my point.
We also
humans can't be combined with lizards because they run on two completely different chromosome systems.
Well, and
so therefore it could not happen.
Right.
The point is, if we are not the first civilization to figure out genetic modification, is it really that crazy to believe that back in the past, a civilization, or there's a lot of cultures who talk about quote unquote human hybrids. So I don't think it's crazy for people to. I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in aliens or lizards, but I don't think anyone's crazy for.
Why not aliens?
Humans are closely related to primates, right? The Nazis tried to hybridize a gorilla with a human. It would not work no matter what they did. So if you can't even create a hybrid with something you're closely related to, it can't happen.
Well, with that technology at the time, it couldn't happen. Like 1,000 years in the future, we'll definitely be able to hybridize humans, but no one would ever hybridize a human with a lizard. It doesn't make any sense. It's definitely possible, but
yeah, and not in the sense like in that kind of Batman Beyond episode.
That episode was awesome, by the way.
Yeah, no, that's one of my favorite ones. Or actually, it's multiple episodes, but like not in the sense where we're going to make snake people or bull people or like that's not like the idea behind it. Like the evolution of gene therapy is probably the closest thing that we get to that. Like and that's it's just using different genes and things like that. I mean, yeah, we're not gonna have people with bat wings or something like that. Like, yeah.
Trying to find that research thing. I'm looking for the right name. I found some articles, but I'm trying to find the name of the experiment.
Oh, but what you were saying, like manipulation and misleading people definitely happens a lot, especially by the government. But in science, it really doesn't happen because science is based off what works. If it doesn't work, then it's not going to work. Like another country is going to try it. If you have something that gives you an advantage, then everyone else is going to want to try it too. So if you're trying to manipulate people and say you have something that gives you an advantage that doesn't, everybody else is going to find out really quick because they're going to do the experiments and try and get the same advantage. So it doesn't matter how much delusion you want to put into science. Everybody in science is on your own because they all want the technology. And so you can't really delude people with science in that way. It doesn't work.
Science is funded by money, isn't it? Don't you need money to fund science?
Only in your country.
In this world we live in?
Only in your country. So people in other countries are funded by other people with other money. So if you say something in your country,
that's exactly what I said.
No. So if you say something, if you say something in your country which is funded by your money and is a lie, everyone in every other country is going to say, nope, that's a lie. So you can't actually get away with deluding people with science because every other country is going to try it independently to find out if what you're saying is true. So you can't delude people with science like that because everyone in every country is doing their own thing. So if one person lies, everyone else knows about it.
I agree with that. I'm not saying that people. I'm saying that money is money is a big motivator, and science is politically driven. I don't know.
Well, right, but that doesn't work. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how politically driven or money driven it is, because if you have a scientist who only does science for money, like the people who support tobacco and try and find real ways that tobacco doesn't cause cancer, everyone knows they're false because everyone else in the world who isn't doing that can test the same things and show that they're wrong. So you can't use science or money or politics to delude science because everyone else is already testing it to show that it's true or not. It's verified by lots of different people.
Can't test certain things unless you have certain very expensive equipment, which costs.
Right. Okay. So
they all have the equipment. You can all buy the equipment.
Right. You are paying people in countries. Like, you can't actually pay other people to do. Well, I mean, if you're that rich, sure. But like, let's say one college in America, they are not paying any other of the 100 colleges in several other countries to do the same work that they're doing. Like, so are you just saying that, like, any funding that goes into any program, like, it just doesn't.
That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying at all. It goes back to the ideologies. People, you want to perform certain experiments with under a certain ideology.
But right, it doesn't matter what ideology you use. Like if I pay,
it does. If you tell me that if I'm doing an experiment and you're saying no, you're not doing the experiment right because you need to follow this ideology.
Well, no, it matters.
Okay, go.
It matters like which ideology you use, but the fact that there are like thousands of people thinking about the same topic, and in the realms of universal cultural measures, like the same answers regardless of their cultural situation, political background, economic background, the fact that we're all coming to the same conclusions, like regardless of all these things, that is indicative that, like, at least if we're coming to consensuses,
how does that work with the half of the world believing that the earth is flat? How do you apply that logic to?
I don't think that half of the world believes that, actually.
Only a very small number of people believe the world is flat. But like, if suppose I have infinite money and I just pay everyone in America, I just pay every scientist in America to do one experiment and get this result that I want. It's just false. But every other country is going to look at that and be like, oh, this is a really cool experiment. We're going to do this too. Now, that means I'd have to pay off every scientist in the world who ever does the experiment to get the result I want, to make it hidden. Now, that's just ridiculous because every single country wants to know, is this true? Can I use this? Can I build this? Can I make a technology out of this? And if they can't do it, they're not going to lie for me just because I pay them, everyone in the world, just to stop doing the experiment. So it doesn't matter
And
how
you
much I
can
try
do
to delude people. You're not going to be able to hide the fact that this experiment is false. Other people are going to test it. They're going to find out it doesn't work, and they're going to just say it and publish it in papers. Like technology is
Other people
available to
with a lot
everyone.
of money.
No, you can. Okay, well, you can do this
Yeah,
analogy
I'm gonna
too.
stop already.
Well, no, it's okay. Like you can do this in the first person analogy too. If you are a person that's going to school or going into any trade industry, are you personally a person who will only have an opinion that somebody pays you to have? If you can't say yes, money causes whatever I say to be true. If you're not that kind of person, then how can you project that onto nations of people and then make your entire like paradigm of what you think science is out of it? Like if you would go to school and then publish papers on what you honestly believe, regardless of like if you get a better scholarship or something, then why would you think that nations of people all act in unison in that same way?
My first step in getting any what's it called, any acknowledgement is going to a place that they want me to, which is school, right, and publishing a paper the way they want me to, and using all of their
Are you
lingo
saying
and
that you're
right.
only a marketer and that you do not like
You know, like what?
that you don't like the concept of like science and then
No, I definitely agree that science is, how you measure, how you understand and measure reality. Where I disagree is where they try to say, where they close off their minds, where scientists close off their mind to the idea of any spiritual aspect of things. Like, and it's understandable, if the spirit wanted you to see and know, it would reveal itself, right? It would be seen, but it's not. So it's not something any physical person well, it is. The truth comes by hearing it. You know the truth when it's spoken to you, but I guess some people don't, right? Some people don't know the truth.
Wait.
They need a
So let me just say this. I weigh 212 pounds. Do you know the truth just by me telling it to you?
that's not a truth that's like a deep truth. That's a random fact that has nothing to do with anything.
Why would that
There's
make
difference
it?
from wait, I want to say
how
something
much
because there's difference between universal truths and what is it called? Personal truths. There's a difference. And if you don't know universal truths, you can know all of the personal truths you want. It doesn't mean anything unless you don't know how things actually work overall, universally. Like that's
Hey,
it.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear you.
Hey, Tom, this is Roy Kingtree from Twitch.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? Are you still there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, how's it going? Roy Kingtree, you said?
Yeah.
How's it going? What's up with you?
Nothing. Just I was wondering if you were ever going to interview some Scientologists.
Scientology is hard to get people to come on your show because they demonize you pretty badly, especially people in their cult that come on and talk. So it's hard to get a Scientologist on. And if you do, you're going to get a lot of crap from them. It's tough to deal with that crap.
Yeah, for sure. I follow a lot of YouTubers who are in that community, and they sort of troll the whole Scientologist, but there's a lot of repercussions with like these blacklisting, and they really go to a ton of lengths to kind of like screw you over.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say that they'll sue your ass for just saying something wrong.
really? It's so fun. Especially I was like really drunk the other day and at my friend's house. Like they had one of those those missionary call me cards. So I called them and we actually had like a really nice, pleasurable like hour and a half long conversation. It was just super nice. Like, and I even told them even like just honestly told them things that I was laughing about earlier in a really cordial way, just about how I was reading Joseph Smith's legal records and things. it was very, very good dialogue, and but I did notice that they do have standards. They still have like doctrinal standards. Like I asked them if they wanted to join like groups like this, discussion groups on Facebook and Discord and things, and they said that they would have to check with their what do they call those? Like what do you call your upwards in the military and things? They would have to check with their
Superiors.
superiors. Yeah, right. If that was okay. But yeah, I mean, I have noticed that Mormons are getting a lot more chill than I used to understand them to be, but they still have those kind of weird, creepy, secretive practices.
Oh yeah, Mormons are actually really nice. I had Kwaku on. He was nice to talk to.
Oh yeah, he was the most liberal Mormon I've actually ever seen, but he was so nice. Yeah, he was a very cool person.
I'm gonna link someone that might be interesting to interview. He's been sort of following in the Scientology org since like its beginnings on YouTube, and he's basically just follows them around and films them. It's pretty interesting.
I've had this idea for a while now about using different, what's it called? Different forms of computing. I already know they're using rats' brain cells to perform some compilations for computers. Are y'all aware of that?
No. I mean, I know they use integrated systems to like you can put a system into a monkey's brain and have it lift an arm and then like grab a banana and they do that. I don't know. I don't think they do anything with like computing specifically.
I'm wondering if you meant like computations or like did you say compilation?
I said computations.
Okay.
So yeah, I think he means
I
like
might have said the wrong word, maybe.
I think he means like using the rat's brain to do the actual computing in the program.
Uh,
Yeah, they're doing that already. It's called neural. I forgot what the hell it's called. You could look it up. Rats' brains. On a what is it called? A circuit board. Just look that up, and yeah, they have it.
okay.
I was thinking. Have y'all been thinking about any other forms of computing, or no?
Well, I definitely know of several different forms of computing, like quantum computers and binary, and doing different kinds of neural networks and stuff. But nothing on rats, because I think it's kind of pointless to integrating a biological system like that is not really feasible yet. It's not possible.
As far as you're aware of,
Right. Because they're trying to do it. They're like they're trying to do it with artificial intelligence. That's kind of the point.
They're linking the two systems together. First, you need a neural network, which mimics the artificial neural networks mimics supposedly the human brain, the way the brain's set up, right? Or am I wrong?
It mimics the way brains learn. It's not like the physical system is the same.
That's what I'm saying. The software mimics the process of how the brain works. I could send you the link right now to show you the rat's brains being used as
do that.
guiding systems for. Okay. My point. Go ahead.
Yeah, while you do that, the most interesting thing I've heard about rat brain studies and whatnot are the studies that were basically conducted in basically implanting certain aspects of our cells, brain cells, or whatever, into mice and rat brains, and it basically whatever they put into their little rat fetuses and whatnot to grow into those things, it basically enhanced their brain performance by about like 400% on this scale of what they could think about and like different tasks that they could accomplish and things. And the coolest part about this was that this same experiment of implanting certain aspects of our brain cells into animals was proposed about chimpanzees, but obviously for like so many different ethical reasons, it was like turned down. because one, obviously, like that's kind of tampering with an intelligent animal's life, and that's kind of like complicated in its own right. But then also, like, it would be really fucking terribly darning to have to deal with a another primate race that had like 400% like increase in their cognitive ability and stuff like that. Like, it was just a really interesting case. Like, really got shut down. Like, I don't really know if that study is gonna like progress in any way.
I have not heard of that at all. I know they've done some stuff with similar things. I don't remember specifically. I haven't heard specifically about that one.
Yeah, I haven't heard about that one either. I just put the link up. It's called Growing Human Neurons. Actually, they do them with rats. They do them with human neurons too.
Growing human neurons.
Yeah,
that's.
it's on the general.
What does that have to do with computing?
They're growing them on circuit boards, and then the neurons are processing data. That's what it has to do with computers. My point with this is just, I was thinking we could probably do something along the lines with this, but I wanted to use mycelium and different forms of mold to create a circuit board, and then integrate this kind of system where I want to probably go along the lines of genetically engineering what is it called, fungus or mycelium, to grow neurons and then start processing some information.
Well, even if that's possible, I don't think it'd be very useful because biological minds are significantly
That's what
slower.
they all say in the beginning.
Well, no, because biological minds.
That's what they all.
Biological systems are slower than electrical systems, so we can just do the information faster just on a silicon system.
We're I don't know how old you think the human body is, but this is a very old, and it took a long time, complex system. I guess if you want to think that a computer is better than a human is, then I guess, dude.
What is being discussed right now?
Isn't the human body only 6,000 years old?
I was talking. I don't know, depending on what you believe, right? I was talking about. Let me refresh this guy on what we're talking about. We're talking about using what is it called? Other organisms to be a living computer, to act as a living computer.
Other organisms.
Yes, I wanted to use mycelium.
Not metal.
Mycelium. Well, yeah, metal is going to be a part of it because mycelium.
The brain is already like a computer, right?
Wait,
yeah, it is.
Tom, could you explain what's like what we're talking about?
He's saying you can build a computer like a PC out of a rat brain, and they can do the computations in the rat brain or the neurons of the biological system without any silicon necessary components.
And I understand that. Now, why are you saying that? Like, because just for a minute.
He wants to build a computer out of a certain kind of moss because I think he thinks it can be better for something.
Psyllium.
So I think I think he's saying that kind of a computer would be better for something, which is why he's trying to build it.
Okay.
Yeah, mycelium lives for thousands of years. You don't need mycelium alone. You don't need to do any maintenance to it. It will grow on itself for thousands. It can grow for thousands of years. It gets it extracts elements from the earth and converts it into energy. We can program that to literally grow houses out of the ground if we had.
Okay.
If we had
and when you say program, and what do you mean by program?
Program the DNA / computer. It's gonna be a computer that all the information is stored within the DNA of the organism.
So it's going to use programming language in the biology, and like how does that process come about? How do we turn computer programming language in its many various forms into biological like printing machines. Is that what you're saying? Like I'm kind of confused.
Well, that's what he's saying about the rat thing, is that it's already being done in these examples he's giving. So he's just going to copy that same system and do it with a different, instead of a rat brain or rat neurons, with a mycelium system.
Yeah, genetically modify mycelium so that it can create neurons so that we can start because scientists are already trying to figure out how single-celled organisms directly communicate with their DNA, because their DNA is the thing that, you know, instructs them how they react to their environment. At the what the hell is it called? The cells. DNA. The DNA instructs the cells how to react to the environment. That's what I'm trying to say. And scientists, they're already doing research on how to program that. With CRISPR, dude, with CRISPR, I feel like even though it mapped out the human genome, didn't it? I'm pretty sure.
No, CRISPR is just a
We,
way to insert new genes into different parts of the DNA. It didn't map the human genome. That was the ENCODE project. Or no, the Human Genome Project mapped the human genome. CRISPR is just
they
a
weren't
tool.
like in the same labs or anything.
No.
Okay, yeah, I got confused. I thought CRISPR and the Human Genome Project went hand in hand, but I guess they were two separate things. I mean, they kind of do now. If you didn't have one, the other one, it would be hard to mess with the human genome if you didn't map it out already, right? But yeah, I'm just saying CRISPR can be used to genetically alter some mycelium, because mycelium makes symbiotic relationships, you know, obviously with plants, animals, bacteria. And if we could program the fungus, we could program if we could program the fungus to program DNA, we could program everything else. That's it. And it can have its own, it can think for itself if we give it neurons, you know. Uh, but I know that would be a problem because people don't like things to think for themselves.
It's an interesting idea. I think it'd be more useful if you used biological like storage. If you use it as some sort of storage mechanism, because then you could just like feed some sort of plant. You don't have to really, and have that as its source of energy. But as a computational thing, I don't know, that seems like a bit difficult.
Put the paper. I put the video of people doing some research on general chat. They're already converting binary code into what is it called, the our DNA, not RDNA, but into DNA, to code DNA with binary information. That's some other research that's already been going on. It's possible. I just wanted to hear y'all's.
Well, I mean, I know
throw some
Craig
ideas out
Craig
there.
Venter wrote a genetic code of a animal, created an artificial life form that has like specific lines of text, like it has his signature in the DNA that he just programmed into it. So, but it's not like a computer processing unit. It's just DNA. It doesn't process like actual.
Yeah, I've seen something like that. You don't have no you don't have no what is that called, suggestions or anything other than it's probably not a good idea because humans aren't the best thing to use for computing.
Well, I mean, it's just they're trying to do it specifically for the point of integrating human minds with consciousness, and they're working on it, but it's not. We're nowhere near it. It's not like even close.
I don't think they're ever gonna. They don't even know what human consciousness is. I think they can integrate the machine with the mind, but consciousness is intangible. I heard you say earlier you think consciousness is in the brain. Maybe I don't like debating it, but it's just from my own perspective or point of view. Good. Someone said it. We're like computers. Computers have an antenna. You know, we receive information from outside sources, but nope. No one wants to believe that.
Yeah, it's more likely that our brains are more like the processor in the computer, which actually does the processing.
I agree with that, but there's also, we have an electromagnetic field that's coming off of our brain. You don't think we are being affected by other electromagnetic fields?
Well, we definitely are being affected, but it doesn't cause any
You don't know
significant
how
change
that
in
process.
consciousness.
Well, you can't verify that.
We can pretty clearly verify that. I mean, because electromagnetic fields are measurable, and we can show like what kind of an electromagnetic field will interact with the brain, how much charge does it take to actually do something. Like we use therapies of certain kinds of magnetic fields. I think it's called TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, where they use magnetic fields to interact with the brain. So we know exactly what can do that and how much energy it takes to do that. So it's measurable.
You said electromagnetic fields can't do what to the brain?
Like we know how much energy it takes to generate an electromagnetic field that will cause a significant change to the brain. So we can
But you
measure
said that electromagnetic fields won't do something, and I said, well, you can't verify that. And then you started talking about.
Right, we know that it
said,
won't
well,
affect consciousness in certain cases. We know the exact conditions that it takes for
certain
them
cases, okay.
to do that. We can
But you
measure
agree
that.
that electromagnetic fields do affect.
Well,
the
cool
brain.
guy. What do you think that electromagnetic fields do to brains? Like, do you have an alternative hypothesis of?
Alternative hypothesis. I literally am agreeing with what he said. I said that I was saying that electromagnetic. Wait, let me finish real quick. I said that electromagnetic fields have an effect on the brain. He said no, and then he started saying all this other stuff, and then he ended up saying in certain cases.
He didn't say no.
Yeah, he was like, no, that's not true, and I was like, I said you need to, dude. What did you say? Because I was telling you that, and you said no, and I was like, you said that's not. I said that's not verifiable. That's what I told you.
You said something about electromagnetic fields interacting and
Affecting
causing
the
us.
brain?
Yeah, and so that's definitely possible. We know that can happen, but we know the conditions that are required to happen, so we can measure when it happens. It can't just happen randomly. It's like we can measure that happening. So if it was happening, we would already know it. So it's not possible that it's happening without us knowing it, because we know the amount of energy it requires to do that. So it's like saying bullets.
So you're telling me.
What?
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's like saying bullets can interact with our brains, but when they do that, they cause us to die. So we can't be like bullets are interacting with our brains and we just don't know it yet, because we know for bullets to interact with our brain, they have to like hit the brain. So an electromagnetic field is something that physically interacts with the brain. So we know what happens when it does interact with the brain. We can measure it just like we can measure what happens when a bullet interacts with the brain. It's a physical measurable thing. So we know when it can interact and what it does when it interacts.
Understanding mainstream science doesn't understand how the human brain works fully, and they don't understand where exactly consciousness resides.
Right, but we do know about electromagnetic waves and bullets. And we do know.
Isn't there?
No, but you're talking about the brain like if you understand it, and all you understand is a little bit of electromagnetic.
Isn't there?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Isn't there a part of the brain that's nicknamed the seat of the soul? Like, I forgot what's the actual scientific name for it, but I know there's like one part of it named seat of the soul. So it's already, to my understanding, the brain's already mapped out and well known down to things like moral balancing. The moral decisions you even do can be explained. All of it is already explained. The sad truth is humans aren't that fascinating.
Yeah,
or complicated.
Like we know, like Phineas Gage had a steel beam who was shot through his head and it blew out a part of his brain, but he survived. But he lost all of his moral inhibitions. Like he was unable to stop himself from indulging in whatever, like drinking and drugs and whatever. So yeah, we do know a lot about the brain and how it works. We don't know everything. We don't know what consciousness is fundamentally, but we do know a lot about electromagnetic waves. We know about as much about electromagnetic waves as we do about bullets. So saying that electromagnetic waves could affect our brains is like saying bullets could affect our brains. Yes, they definitely can, because they're a physical thing that we can measure. But we know what it takes for them to interact with the brain. It's not like they're magical.
So what does it take? What does it take then? Because I'm over
Energy.
here saying that
It takes like extremely high.
Oh yeah,
magnetic field.
it takes extremely high. Okay, and that's based off of what research, what
based off of
experimentations are you talking about?
TMS,
So I can look at
transcranial
that.
magnetic
off of-
stimulation. They literally take the
FDA
electromagnetic
approved.
waves and they shock your brain to see what happens. They literally do it.
Okay, yeah, I know they do that, but
So if we do that,
that's the evidence. That's the proof you have to tell me that to prove to me that what I'm saying is, so you're saying right now you don't think we're being affected at all by any outside
Well,
stimulus
I think what you're trying to get
when it
at is
comes
that
to
there's some.
electromagnetic.
right, we know how much it takes to interact with the brain. If it doesn't have that much energy, then it doesn't interact with the brain. Like if I blow on you, like with my breath, I'm not going to knock you over because the amount of energy isn't enough to knock you over. And so we can say the same thing about an electromagnetic wave. It takes a certain energy to be able to interact with the brain, and if it's less than that, then it doesn't do anything. Like if I was blowing on you, it wouldn't knock you over. So we know the
But the
amount of
problem
energy.
here is you're focusing on the brain, and I'm talking about consciousness here.
Right, because consciousness, as far as we know, is a product of the brain. If it's something else, then anything could affect it. We have no idea. But as long as going based off of the best evidence we have, it's just a product of the brain.
I agree, because the only logical conclusion that people who look at physical things can come to is, yeah, that consciousness is in the brain. If you're looking at physical evidence, yeah, that's the closest you're gonna find is the brain.
I don't know of any other kind of evidence to look at.
A metaphysical evidence?
Like what? What
Is
is
there such
metaphysical?
thing?
Not as far as I know, no.
If you're talking
Well, you
about
just said
souls, yeah, I think the soul would still be found in the brain as a type of separate energy. If you are trying to say consciousness, as in the soul, would still be there, because how else?
I think consciousness is outside of our body creating reality. That's too
No.
deep. We're talking about physical things, and there's scientists here, so we can't go down that route.
No, because your soul wouldn't. A soul doesn't have that system to reinterpret our world. Like, I remember reading in an encyclopedia, technically everything's supposed to look like it's upside down, or we're supposed to be able to see our eyes filter out information, our brain filters out information and changes it to what we're supposed to see. Like things right side up and colors as we perceive it. Like we can't see gammas raised like the bees can. So the soul could not be outside of your body. It would still have to be in your brain.
Oh, wait, why though? Like, why couldn't the soul be in your brain, basically?
I mean, the soul could be wherever it wants to be, but from my understanding, it's just like the creation of everything. It's outside of space and time. It's connected to us, of course, through energy. Like
What is your
atomic
understanding, though? How are you coming to that conclusion?
experience.
So you have experiences which tell you that your soul is outside your body.
Yep, I've had it.
So, like, hallucinations.
Yep, good old drugs. The things that people tell you will make you crazier.
Are you talking about like hallucinogenics like LSD?
It's definitely a chemical. It's not LSD, but yeah, it's a naturally occurring hallucinogen. I feel like that's another big thing they oppress. That's a part of spirituality is information does get transferred in more than one way, and when you consume
You know
something, you do
the
take
shamans that use that stuff just used it as a way to talk to their gods or spirits or to fight demons in their astral plane.
And I know scientists, they're kind of dabbling in a little bit in, what's it called? Consciousness and different drugs. But there's not much I can talk about it because it's really a lot of things you just got to experience for yourself.
But you know, in almost all the religions, they indicate the soul's inside the body. It's not outside. Like, I know there are faiths that believe astral project your soul out of your body, but basically your soul would still be inside your body, experiencing things as you see it. And they use these drugs to remove the filter that the brain puts. And I actually study a lot about spiritual stuff.
All right, guys. Well, I'm getting hungry. I'm going to go get some food. It was great talking with you, and you can definitely come back anytime when I'm doing these live streams. Appreciate having all of you back sometime. I will see you guys later.